My name is Sarah Chen. I've been a wildlife biologist with the Forest Service for 8 years now, working primarily in the Cascade Range. I specialize in large mammal population studies, which means I spend most of my time alone in the backcountry, tracking migration patterns and conducting habitat assessments. The work suits me. I prefer the quiet company of elk and black bears to most people, and I've always been comfortable in places where cell service dies and the nearest road disappears behind you. But there's one campsite I can't drive past anymore without slowing down, without that familiar weight settling in my chest. Site 17 on Clearwater Ridge. Every time I see that weathered wooden post with the number carved into it, I think about the Henderson family and how 4 people can just stop existing in the space between one breath and the next. It was mid-September in 2019. I was wrapping up a 3-day survey in the northern section of the forest, documenting seasonal browse patterns for a habitat restoration project. The work was routine, methodical. GPS coordinates, plant species counts, soil samples, the kind of data collection that becomes second nature after years in the field. I was hiking back toward the trailhead when I decided to swing by the developed campground to check on a persistent black bear that had been getting into garbage cans. The campground sits on a natural shelf overlooking Clearwater Creek, with about 20 sites scattered among old-growth Douglas fir. September is shoulder season, so I expected maybe 3 or 4 occupied sites at most. Site 17 caught my attention because of the smell. Not a bad smell exactly. Something savory and warm drifting through the trees. Beef stew, maybe. My stomach reminded me that I'd been living on trail mix and jerky for 3 days. The Honda Pilot was parked correctly, registration clearly displayed on the dashboard. The campsite looked textbook perfect. Dome tent properly staked and rain-ready. Camp chairs arranged around a small fire ring. A Coleman camp table with a red checkered tablecloth that someone had bothered to clip down at the corners to keep it from blowing away. 4 place settings, 4 camp chairs, 4 sleeping bags visible through the mesh tent windows. The camp stove was still running under a large pot. I could hear the low hiss of propane and see steam rising from whatever was cooking inside. A wooden spoon rested against the rim. 4 plastic bowls sat waiting beside a sleeve of saltine crackers and a bottle of hot sauce. I called out a greeting. Standard protocol when approaching any campsite, occupied or not. Hello, Forest Service. Just checking on everyone. No response. But the tent zipper was open. The rainfly pulled back to let in the late afternoon light. Personal items visible inside. Sleeping bags unrolled. Someone had been organizing gear recently. A pair of small hiking boots sat neatly outside the tent entrance, next to what looked like a child's day pack. I called out again, louder this time. Anyone here? I'm with the Forest Service. Still nothing. But the stew was starting to bubble harder. I could see it now, thick and dark in the pot, with chunks of potato and carrot floating near the surface. Someone had been stirring it recently. The spoon was still damp. I walked a small perimeter around the campsite, looking for the family. Maybe they'd gone to use the bathroom facilities. Maybe they were exploring the creek access trail just below the campground. Parents sometimes let kids run off steam before dinner, especially after a day in the car. But their shoes were all there. 4 pairs lined up beside the tent. Hiking boots for 2 adults, smaller boots for what looked like a middle school-aged kid, and tiny pink sneakers that couldn't have belonged to anyone older than 6 or 7. The bathroom facilities were empty. I checked both the men's and women's sides, calling out before I entered. I walked down to the creek access trail, but it only runs about 100 yards before ending at a small gravel bar beside the water. No one there either. When I got back to the campsite, the stew had started to stick to the bottom of the pot. I turned off the propane and moved the pot to the camp table. The stew was thick with meat and vegetables, seasoned with bay leaves I could smell when the steam hit my face. Someone had put real care into preparing it. The camp registration was filled out in neat handwriting. Henderson family, 4 people. Jim, Carol, Madison, and Lily. They'd registered for 3 nights, checking in that morning. The permit was signed and dated, everything filled out correctly. I started looking more carefully at their belongings. A cooler sat beside the picnic table, still cold to the touch, ice packs barely starting to soften. Inside, I found sandwich fixings, breakfast items, a gallon of milk that was still cold enough to drink. Someone had organized everything carefully. Condiments in the door compartments, leftovers wrapped and labeled in Carol's same neat handwriting. Their wallets were in the tent, all four of them sitting on top of a duffel bag, like someone had just emptied their pockets before changing clothes. Jim's wallet held his driver's license, credit cards, and $43 cash. Carol's had her license, library card, grocery store rewards cards, and a small photo of what I assumed were the two girls. Madison's was a child's wallet with a school ID and $8. Lily's was pink plastic with cartoon characters and contained $2 bills and a tooth fairy receipt written in Carol's handwriting. Car keys were on the camp table beside a half-empty bag of marshmallows. House keys on the same ring. Jim's phone was plugged into a portable battery pack inside the tent. Charging, Carol's phone was on the picnic table, beside a paperback novel, open to page 112, with a receipt being used as a bookmark. I spent 45 minutes at that campsite, trying to understand what I was seeing. Everything was there except the people. Not just their belongings, but evidence of immediate presence. Carol's coffee mug still had coffee in it, lukewarm but not cold. Someone had been eating saltines, crumbs on the table, an open sleeve with crackers still fresh enough to snap when I tested one. Madison's sketchbook was open to a drawing of the campsite. She'd captured the tent, the fire ring, even the wooden post with the site number. The pencil was still sitting where she'd left it, and the drawing looked unfinished. She'd started sketching what might have been trees in the background, but the lines just stopped mid-stroke. I radioed dispatch and reported the situation. Occupied campsite with personal belongings present, but no sign of the registered campers. Possible missing persons situation. I was instructed to secure the scene and wait for a deputy. Deputy Martinez arrived about an hour later, just as the sun was starting to drop behind the ridgeline. He was a local guy, someone I'd worked with before on various incidents in the forest. Professional, thorough, not given to speculation or drama. We went through the campsite together. He photographed everything, took notes, bagged the registration permit, and some personal items for potential evidence. He tried calling the cell phone numbers on the permit, but both phones were there at the campsite, and neither had any service anyway. Martinez interviewed me about my observations, recorded my statement about the condition of the campsite when I arrived. He seemed as puzzled as I was. 4 people don't just vanish from a campsite in the middle of preparing dinner. There should be some explanation, some sign of where they went or why they left. We looked for tracks leading away from the site. The ground was soft enough around the creek access trail that we should have seen footprints if they'd gone that direction. Nothing. We checked for signs they might have started a day hike on one of the nearby trails. Nothing there either. The search and rescue team arrived the next morning. 12 volunteers with dogs, GPS units, and radio contact with the county sheriff's department. They searched a 5-mile radius around the campground. Creek access points, hiking trails, off-trail areas where someone might have gotten lost or injured. They found nothing. No clothing, no personal items, no physical evidence that 4 people had left that campsite on foot. The dogs couldn't pick up a scent trail leading anywhere beyond the immediate area around Site 17. The case was officially classified as a missing persons investigation. State police got involved. The FBI was contacted but didn't take jurisdiction since there was no evidence of foul play. Family members were interviewed. Carol's sister drove down from Portland, confirmed that the belongings were theirs, that they'd been planning this camping trip for weeks. Jim worked in IT for a healthcare company. Carol was a substitute teacher. Madison was in 7th grade, played soccer, took art classes. Lily was in kindergarten, loved horses and drawing pictures of animals. A normal family doing normal family things. No history of domestic problems, no financial troubles, no reason anyone could think of that they might disappear voluntarily. Their SUV was processed by forensics. Clean. No signs of struggle. No blood. No unusual fingerprints. The keys were where I'd found them, on the camp table beside the marshmallows. The registration was current, the insurance was paid, there was half a tank of gas. The investigation went on for 3 months. Missing persons flyers were distributed. Their photographs were shared on social media. Tips were followed up, but none led anywhere. A few claimed sightings were reported, but none could be verified. Eventually, the active investigation was suspended. The case file remains open, but there's nothing left to investigate. 4 people prepared dinner at a campsite, then ceased to exist somewhere between stirring the stew and sitting down to eat. I think about them more often than I probably should. I was the last person to see their campsite the way they left it. I was the one who turned off their camp stove, who saw Carol's coffee before it got cold, who noticed that Madison's pencil was still sharp from recent use. Sometimes I wonder if I missed something, some detail that might have explained where they went or what happened. But I've been over that afternoon in my mind hundreds of times, and I can't think of anything I didn't document or report. The campground reopened Site 17 after the investigation concluded. People camp there regularly now. Families with kids, couples looking for a quiet weekend, thru hikers resupplying before heading back to the trail. Normal people doing normal camping thing, but I still slow down when I drive past. Still look at that wooden post with the number 17 carved into it. Still think about a pot of beef stew cooling on a camp table, and 4 empty chairs arranged around a dinner that no one ever sat down to eat. I've been working in wilderness areas long enough to know that people disappear sometimes. Hikers get lost, fall from cliffs, succumb to exposure or injury in places where help can't reach them in time. It's part of the reality of wild spaces. Part of why we have search and rescue teams and missing persons protocols. But this wasn't like that. This was 4 people vanishing from a safe, developed campground while their dinner was still cooking. 4 people leaving behind wallets and car keys and phones and shoes, but taking nothing with them, not even each other. I don't have an explanation for what happened to the Henderson family. I don't think anyone does. But I know they were there that September afternoon, making dinner, getting ready to spend a quiet evening together in the woods. I know, because I smelled their stew cooking and saw the steam rising from the pot, and I know they were gone by the time I turned off the flame. I'm Mike Torres. I've been a ranger with the National Forest Service for 15 years. Most of that time working the backcountry trails in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains of northern New Mexico. It's good work, quiet work, the kind of job where you can go weeks without seeing another person. Just you and the high desert landscape and whatever wildlife decides to cross your path. Part of my responsibility involves maintaining a network of trail cameras throughout my patrol area. We use them to monitor wildlife populations, track migration patterns, and occasionally to keep an eye on problem areas where people might be camping illegally or leaving trash behind. The cameras are motion-activated, solar-powered, and designed to run for months without maintenance. I check the footage every 2 weeks, downloading memory cards and reviewing hours of video on my laptop back at the station. Most of it is routine. Elk moving through meadows, black bears investigating campsites, the occasional mountain lion padding, silently past in the pre-dawn darkness. Sometimes you get hikers or backpackers, but they're usually just passing through, following established trails toward their destinations. Trail Camera 47 sits about 8 miles up the Trujas Peak Trail, mounted on a ponderosa pine overlooking a natural clearing where 3 different paths converge. It's been in that location for almost 3 years, and the footage it captures is typically predictable. Morning and evening wildlife activity, weather events, the changing seasons documented in 20-second clips triggered by movement. I was reviewing footage from early October in 2022 when I first noticed him. A solo hiker, maybe 40 years old, wearing a blue fleece jacket and a gray day pack. He appeared in frame at 11:43 in the morning, walking west along the main trail. Nothing unusual about that. Solo hikers are common, especially during autumn, when the aspen leaves turn, and the high country draws day trippers from Santa Fe and Albuquerque. But then I saw him again. Same hiker, same blue fleece, same gray pack. This time the timestamp read 11:51, and he was walking east on a different trail, one that intersects the clearing from the northeast. He looked confused, stopping frequently to check what I assumed was a map or GPS device. I kept scrolling through the footage. 11:57. There he was again, entering the clearing from the south, moving north. His posture had changed. Less confident, he kept looking around, turning his head left and right like he was trying to orient himself. 12:04. Same man, entering from the northwest, heading southeast. This time he was clearly distressed. Even in the grainy security footage, I could see that something was wrong. His movements were jerky, uncertain. He stopped in the middle of the clearing and turned in a slow circle, hands on his hips, looking up at the sky. I checked the timestamp again. All of these clips were from the same day, within a span of 21 minutes. But the trails he was using were separated by miles of difficult terrain. Even if someone was running flat out, which this man clearly wasn't, it would be impossible to cover that much ground in that amount of time. I pulled up the trail map on my computer, marking the camera locations where I'd seen him. Camera 47, where I'd first noticed him. Camera 32 on the northeast approach. Camera 55, coming up from the valley floor. Camera 19 on the northwest ridge trail. The pattern made no sense. He was appearing on cameras that were 8, 10, 12 miles apart, all within the same hour. I measured the distances carefully, calculated hiking times based on elevation gain and trail difficulty. Even the shortest route between any two of these cameras would take at least 3 hours for an experienced hiker in good condition. I kept watching. 12:11. He appeared on camera 47 again, the same location where I'd first seen him. But now he looked different, frantic. He was walking quickly, almost jogging, constantly looking over his shoulder. His day pack appeared to be gone. 12:16. Camera 55. Caught him again, but this time he was barely walking. Stumbling, really. He fell down twice in the 20-second clip, picking himself up slowly and continuing south toward the valley. That was the last footage of him. I spent another hour going through memory cards from other cameras in the area, but he didn't appear anywhere else. Just those 6 clips spanning 33 minutes, showing a man becoming increasingly distressed as he somehow moved through terrain that should have been impossible to navigate that quickly. I filed a report with the county sheriff's department. Possible missing hiker, last seen on trail camera footage in the Trujas Peak area. I provided the timestamps, the GPS coordinates for each camera location, and burned copies of the relevant video clips to a disk. Deputy Martinez took the report. We'd worked together before on search and rescue operations, and he knew I wasn't given to flights of imagination. But I could see the skepticism in his eyes when I explained about the timestamps and the distances involved. "You sure about these camera times?" he asked. "Sometimes the internal clocks drift if the batteries run low." I'd thought of that. I pulled up the maintenance logs on my computer, showed him that all the cameras had been serviced within the past month. Fresh batteries, synchronized clocks, full functionality tests. The timestamps were accurate. Martinez said he'd check with local trailheads, see if anyone had reported an overdue hiker matching the description. He'd also contact search and rescue if necessary. Standard protocol for missing persons in the national forest. But I couldn't stop thinking about those clips. The man's increasing distress. The way he'd been looking around in that last clear shot, like he was lost in terrain that should have been familiar. And the fact that his day pack had simply disappeared somewhere between the 11:57 footage and the 12:11 footage. 3 days later, I decided to hike out to the camera locations myself. Not because I was ordered to, but because something about the whole situation bothered me in a way I couldn't articulate. I started at camera 47, the ponderosa pine overlooking the trail junction. The camera was functioning normally. I downloaded the memory card and reviewed the most recent footage on my portable viewer. Normal wildlife activity. A few day hikers passing through. Nothing unusual. I hiked to each of the other camera locations, following the same sequence I'd seen in the footage. Camera 32 took me 4.5 hours to reach, following established trails and maintaining a steady pace. Camera 55 was another 3 hours beyond that. Camera 19 required an overnight camping stop because it was simply too far to reach in a single day. At each location, the cameras were working properly. The footage was routine. No sign of the man in the blue fleece jacket. It was at camera 19, on the Northwest Ridge Trail, that I found the day pack. It was hanging from a branch about 20 feet up in a dead snag, an old pine that had been killed by lightning years earlier. The pack was gray, the same color I'd seen in the footage. It hung there like someone had thrown it up, and it had caught on a branch, except the branch was far too high for anyone to reach, even with a good throwing arm. I spent an hour trying to figure out how to get it down. The snag was too dead to climb safely, and I didn't have rope or climbing gear with me. Eventually, I managed to dislodge it by throwing rocks at the branch until it broke, and the pack fell to the ground. The pack was in good condition. No tears, no damage from weather or animals. Inside, I found a water bottle, half full, some trail mix in a plastic bag, a GPS unit that was still functional, though the battery was nearly dead, a wallet with a Colorado driver's license issued to David Brennan, age 41, address in Denver. The GPS unit's track log showed a hiking route that started at the Trujas Peak trailhead early that morning in October. The track followed the main trail for about 6 miles, then simply stopped. No record of movement after 11:38 in the morning. I bagged the pack as evidence and called Deputy Martinez, told him about finding it, about the GPS data, about the impossibility of the pack ending up 20 feet high in a tree. He said he'd follow up with Denver police, try to locate David Brennan or his next of kin. The follow-up took 2 weeks. David Brennan had been reported missing by his girlfriend on October 8th, 2 days after the trail camera footage. He'd driven down from Denver for a day hike, planned to be back by evening. His car was found at the Trujas Peak trailhead, locked, with his keys hidden under the front bumper where he'd apparently left them. Denver police confirmed that Brennan was an experienced hiker. He'd been coming to the Sangre de Cristo Mountains for years, knew the trail system well, no history of mental illness, no personal problems that might explain a disappearance. Just a routine day hike that ended with him vanishing somewhere in the high country. The case was eventually classified as a missing person presumed dead due to misadventure. Exposure, fall from a cliff, acute medical event. The mountains are dangerous places, and even experienced hikers sometimes don't make it home. The official report noted that his day pack had been recovered, but didn't dwell on the unusual circumstances of how it was found. I never told anyone about the trail camera footage showing him in multiple locations within the same hour. It was in my initial report, but I don't think anyone really processed what that meant. When you're dealing with a missing hiker, the focus is on search and rescue, not on analyzing security footage for temporal anomalies. But I kept copies of those clips. I've watched them dozens of times over the past 2 years, trying to understand what I was seeing. The same man, same clothing, same day, appearing miles apart within minutes of each other, each appearance showing him more distressed, more confused, until that final clip where he's barely able to walk. I think about David Brennan more than I probably should. I wonder what happened to him during those 33 minutes when the cameras were recording his impossible journey through terrain he should have known well. I wonder how his day pack ended up 20 feet high in a dead tree, and whether he was already gone by the time it got there. The trail cameras keep recording. I keep checking the footage every 2 weeks, downloading memory cards and reviewing hours of wildlife video. Elk, bears, mountain lions, occasional hikers passing through on their way to somewhere else. But sometimes, When I'm going through footage from camera 47, I find myself pausing on clips of solo hikers, watching their body language, their pace, the way they move through the clearing, looking for signs of confusion or distress, wondering if I'll see someone else who appears to be lost in country they should know, walking in circles through terrain that doesn't quite make sense. I never have. But I keep watching, because somewhere out there, David Brennan spent half an hour experiencing something that defied every rule I know about time and distance and the basic geography of these mountains. And the only record we have of what happened to him is 6 clips of security footage that shouldn't be possible. I still patrol those trails regularly, still maintain the camera network, still download footage and file my reports, but I pay closer attention now to the details that don't quite fit. The small inconsistencies that might mean something or might mean nothing. Because if a man can appear on cameras 12 miles apart within the span of 20 minutes, then maybe other impossible things are happening out there too. Things that we miss because we're not looking for them, or because we dismiss them as equipment malfunctions or human error. David Brennan taught me that the mountains hold secrets that don't fit into our neat categories of possible and impossible. And sometimes, those secrets are captured in 20-second clips of grainy security footage archived on memory cards that no one will ever review closely enough to notice that something was very, very wrong. My name is Jenny Walsh. I've been a park naturalist at Hemlock Valley State Park for 11 years now, working primarily in environmental education and trail maintenance. It's a small park in the Coast Range of Oregon, about 45 minutes inland from the Pacific. We get maybe 30,000 visitors a year, mostly families camping and day hikers looking for old-growth forest without the crowds you find at the bigger parks. The work suits me. I lead nature walks, maintain interpretive displays, and spend a lot of time alone in the backcountry documenting seasonal changes for our annual reports. I know every trail in the park, every creek crossing, every stand of old-growth hemlock that gives the valley its name. It's quiet work in a quiet place, which is exactly what I wanted when I took the job. But there's one discovery I made that changed how I see this place, how I see the gap between what we know and what we document, how I think about the people who pass through our trails and what might happen to them in the spaces between our official records. It was early November in 2021. I was working on a trail maintenance project in the backcountry, about 3 miles from the main campground. A winter storm the week before had brought down several large trees, and I was spending the day clearing smaller debris and marking the locations of trees that would need chainsaw work. The trail I was working on is called the Riverside Loop. It follows Hemlock Creek for about 2 miles through some of the oldest trees in the park, then loops back through a younger forest section that was logged sometime in the 1940s. It's not heavily traveled, especially in late fall when the weather turns and casual hikers stay closer to the visitor center. I was working near the halfway point of the loop when I came across a massive hemlock that had fallen across the trail. The tree was easily 4 feet in diameter, probably 300 years old, brought down by wind and age rather than the recent storm. The root ball had torn up a section of earth about 15 feet across, creating a crater lined with exposed roots and dark soil. Standard procedure when a tree this size comes down is to document the location, measure the trunk, and call in a crew with equipment capable of cutting it into manageable sections. But I always check the area first for any immediate safety hazards or environmental concerns. That's when I noticed something odd about the root crater. Most of the exposed soil was the typical dark brown you'd expect from old forest floor, rich with decomposed organic matter. But there was a section near the edge where the dirt looked different, lighter, like it had been disturbed and backfilled sometime in the past. I started poking around with my trail maintenance tools, not really expecting to find anything significant. Sometimes you'll uncover old camping debris or trash that someone buried rather than pack out. Occasionally, you'll find remnants of old logging equipment from when this area was actively harvested. About 18 inches down, My folding shovel hit something that wasn't rock or root. Something that made a different sound. Plastic, maybe. I dug more carefully, using my hands to clear away the loose soil. It was a gallon-sized plastic bag, the heavy-duty kind used for freezing food. Inside the bag was another bag, and inside that was a collection of what looked like identification cards. Driver's licenses, specifically. A lot of them. I lifted the bag out of the hole and sat back on my heels, trying to process what I was looking at. Through the clear plastic, I could see dozens of licenses arranged in neat stacks, like someone had organized them carefully before burial. The plastic bags had kept them dry and in good condition, despite what appeared to be years underground. I opened the outer bag carefully, documenting everything with photos on my phone before I disturbed the contents. The licenses were indeed organized, stacked by what looked like issue date, with the oldest ones at the bottom. I counted them as I went through each stack. 217 driver's licenses, issued by 12 different states, though most were from Oregon, Washington, and California. The dates ranged from 2006 to 2020. Men and women, different ages, different backgrounds. Some of the photos showed young people who looked like college students. Others were middle-aged adults, families on vacation, retirees exploring the coast. I spent 2 hours in that crater, photographing each license individually and creating a detailed inventory. The work felt increasingly surreal as I went through stack after stack. Each license represented a person, someone who had posed for that photo, filled out the paperwork, paid the fee, someone who had carried that piece of plastic in their wallet or purse. But what were they doing buried in a forest 3 miles from the nearest road? I sealed everything back in the plastic bags and hiked out to my truck. The drive back to the park office felt longer than usual. I kept thinking about the faces in those photographs, young and old, smiling and serious. All of them now part of a collection buried beneath a tree that had probably been growing when Lewis and Clark first mapped this coastline. I called the county sheriff's department from the office. Deputy Rodriguez arrived about an hour later, and I led him back to the site. He documented everything with his own camera, took possession of the bags, and asked me to write a detailed statement about how I'd found them. Rodriguez was professional but clearly puzzled. He'd worked law enforcement in this county for over a decade, and he'd never seen anything like it. 200 people don't just lose their driver's licenses in the same remote location, and the careful organization suggested this wasn't random littering or a single incident. The investigation took several weeks. I wasn't directly involved, but Rodriguez kept me updated since I was the one who'd found the cache. Each license was processed for fingerprints, photographed, and entered into various databases to check for connections to missing persons cases or unsolved crimes. The fingerprint results were the first strange discovery. Every license showed clear prints from the person whose photo appeared on the card. But there were no other prints, no evidence that anyone else had handled these licenses after they were issued. It was as if each person had voluntarily handed over their identification to be added to this collection. The database searches were even more puzzling. Of the 217 licenses, only 34 matched any kind of missing persons report, and those matches were scattered across different jurisdictions and time periods, with no apparent pattern or connection between the cases. Most disturbing was what the search revealed about the remaining 183 licenses. These were people who, according to official records, had never been reported missing. People who had presumably gone on with their lives after losing their identification. People who had gotten replacement licenses and continued their normal routines. But if that was true, how had their original licenses ended up buried in Hemlock Valley? I started doing my own research, working through the list during my off hours. I used social media, public records, whatever I could find online to track down information about the people whose licenses had been in that cache. Some I could find easily: active social media profiles, current addresses, evidence of ongoing normal lives. Others seem to have vanished from any kind of digital footprint after the approximate time their license would have been buried. not reported missing, but simply gone from the online world that most of us leave behind. The investigation was officially closed after 3 months. The county didn't have the resources to pursue what seemed like a victimless crime, with no clear jurisdiction or legal framework. The licenses were returned to their respective state departments of motor vehicles for potential reissue to the holders, if they could be located. Deputy Rodriguez told me the working theory was that someone had been collecting lost or discarded identification over a period of years, possibly as part of some kind of identity theft operation, then had buried the evidence when they moved away from the area. It was the most logical explanation given the available evidence. But it didn't explain the fingerprint results, or why someone engaged in identity theft would carefully preserve and organize the physical licenses rather than destroying them, or why the burial site was 3 miles into the forest rather than somewhere more accessible. I never told Rodriguez about my own research into the license holders, about the people I couldn't find any trace of after the dates their licenses would have been buried, about the growing list of names that seemed to correspond to digital ghosts, people who had once existed online but had simply stopped posting, stopped updating, stopped leaving any kind of electronic trail. 2 years later, I still think about that cache. I still have copies of the photos I took before the sheriff's department arrived, and sometimes I find myself going through them late at night, studying the faces in those driver's license photos. I've memorized some of them. Rebecca Martinez from Portland, license issued in 2008. She had a bright smile and looked like she was maybe 25 in the photo. I found her social media profiles from that time period, posts about hiking trips and weekend adventures in the Coast Range. The posts stopped in September of 2009. David Chen from Sacramento, license issued in 2014. The photo showed a serious-looking man in his 40s. Public records showed he'd owned a small business, paid taxes, had a normal life until sometime in 2015, when all official activity just ended. No death certificate, no forwarding address, no indication of what happened to him. Sarah Kim from Seattle, license issued in 2019. 22 years old in the photo, recent college graduate based on her social media posts about job hunting and student loans. Her last online activity was a Facebook check-in at Hemlock Valley State Park in August of 2020. The list goes on, not all of them, but enough to create a pattern that doesn't fit the official explanation. People who visited this area, people who might have hiked the Riverside Loop, people who somehow ended up as part of a collection buried beneath a tree that had been growing here since before this valley had a name. I still work the same trails, still lead nature walks and maintain interpretive displays, but I pay closer attention now to the people who pass through. Solo hikers especially. I notice when someone seems uncertain about which trail to take, when they ask questions about the more remote parts of the park, and I check missing persons databases more often than I probably should, looking for faces that might match the ones I remember from those driver's license photos, looking for patterns that might explain how 217 people lost their identification in the same hidden place. The Riverside Loop is still open to hikers. The fallen hemlock was cut and removed, the crater filled in and reseeded. There's no marker or indication that anything unusual was ever found there. Just another section of trail through old-growth forest, peaceful and quiet, and seemingly untouched by whatever darkness might have played out beneath those trees. But I know what was buried there. I know about the collection, about the careful organization, about the faces in those photographs. And I know that somewhere in this valley, someone was gathering souvenirs from people who passed through these trails. Someone who might still be out there, adding to their collection, one license at a time. The official investigation is closed, but the questions remain. Questions about what happened to the people whose digital lives simply ended after they visited this place. Questions about who would spend years collecting identification from strangers, preserving each piece like it had some kind of significance. Questions I think about every time I hike the Riverside Loop. Every time I pass the spot where that hemlock used to stand. Every time I encounter a solo hiker who seems just a little too interested in the remote sections of our trail system. Because somewhere out there, someone knows the answers. Someone who understands what those licenses represented. Why they were worth collecting. Why they were buried rather than destroyed. Someone who might be waiting for the right moment to start collecting again. I'm Tom Bradley. I've been a wildlife officer with the State Fish and Game Department for 19 years, working primarily search and rescue in the Cascade Wilderness areas of Central Oregon. It's demanding work, but necessary work. Every year, we get dozens of calls about missing hikers, hunters, or backpackers who've gotten turned around in terrain that can be unforgiving to people who underestimate it. Most of our rescues are straightforward. Someone takes a wrong turn, gets caught in weather, or suffers an injury that prevents them from making it back to their vehicle. We find them, provide medical assistance if needed, and get them safely out of the wilderness. Standard procedures, documented outcomes, cases that close with everyone going home. But there was one rescue that stayed with me in ways I didn't expect. One that raised questions I've never been able to answer about memory and grief, and what the human mind does when reality becomes too much to bear. It started with a missing person report filed on a Thursday morning in late September of 2022. Robert Henley, 63 years old, had driven up from Eugene to do some day hiking in the Three Sisters Wilderness. His brother had expected him back Tuesday evening. When Robert didn't return calls or show up for work Wednesday morning, the brother drove up to check the trailheads. Robert's truck was found at the Mackenzie Pass parking area, locked, with his keys hidden under the rear bumper where he apparently left them. His hiking permit, filled out and properly displayed, indicated he'd planned a day hike on the Obsidian Trail, a popular route that loops through lava fields and alpine meadows. Round-trip distance of about 12 miles, well within the capabilities of an experienced hiker. The initial search focused on the permit trail. 20 volunteers spread out along the established route, checking for any sign of Robert or indication of where he might have left the main path. Day 1 turned up nothing. No gear, no tracks, no evidence he'd even started the hike he'd registered for. Day 2 expanded the search area to include adjacent trails and off-trail sections, where someone might have wandered if they'd gotten disoriented. Still nothing. It was like Robert had parked his truck and simply vanished, without taking a single step into the wilderness. I was leading a team on day 3 when we found him. Not on the Obsidian Trail where he'd registered to hike, but almost 8 miles away near the headwaters of Linton Creek. He was sitting beside the water, conscious but clearly dehydrated, wearing the same clothes described in the missing person report. Robert looked up when he heard us approaching through the trees. His first words were relief at seeing other people, followed immediately by concern about someone else. "Thank God you're here," he said. "I've been waiting for hours. My wife Linda got turned around somewhere back on the trail. She should have caught up by now." I helped him drink some water while my partner radioed our location to Incident Command. Robert was coherent, but confused about his situation. He insisted he'd only been hiking for a few hours, maybe since late morning. He kept looking back toward the forest, expecting his wife to appear. "She's got to be close," he said. "We were together when we stopped for lunch. I came down to fill our water bottles, and when I got back to the trail, she was gone. I figured she'd keep heading toward the lake and I'd catch up." I asked him what day it was. He said Tuesday. I asked him what trail they'd been hiking. He wasn't sure of the name, but described a route that didn't match any established trail in the area where we'd found him. Robert was suffering from exposure and dehydration, but nothing life-threatening. We got him stabilized and started the hike out to the nearest road where an ambulance was waiting. The whole time, he kept asking about Linda. When were we going to start looking for her? Why weren't we sending teams back to find her? I didn't have answers that made sense. There was no record of a Linda Henley on his hiking permit. The missing person report filed by his brother mentioned Robert as a solo hiker, someone who'd been doing a lot of day hikes alone since retiring from his job as a high school principal. At the hospital, Robert was treated for dehydration and mild hypothermia. Physically, he was going to be fine, but he remained insistent about his wife being lost somewhere in the wilderness. He became agitated when medical staff suggested he'd been hiking alone. "Linda was with me," he kept saying. "We've been hiking together for 30 years. She knows these trails better than I do. Something's wrong if she hasn't found her way out by now." Robert's brother arrived at the hospital that evening. He took me aside and filled in details that made the situation even more puzzling. Linda Henley had died in a car accident 6 months earlier. She'd been driving home from her book club on a rainy evening in March when another driver ran a stop sign and hit her car. She died at the scene. Robert had been devastated by the loss. He'd taken early retirement, sold their house, and moved into a smaller apartment. According to his brother, Robert had been struggling with grief and depression, but had been seeing a counselor and seemed to be making progress. The day hikes were part of his healing process, a way to get out of the apartment and stay active. But Robert had never mentioned bringing Linda on these hikes. His brother was certain he'd been hiking alone since her death. I went back to talk with Robert before he was discharged. I asked him again about his wife, trying to understand what he remembered about their hike together. His account was detailed and consistent. They'd driven up that morning, started hiking around 9, stopped for lunch near a small lake, then gotten separated when he went to refill their water bottle. "She packed the sandwiches," he said, "turkey and Swiss, the way she always makes them. She was worried about the weather forecast, thought we might hit rain in the afternoon." The details were specific, emotionally consistent, delivered with the matter-of-fact tone of someone recounting real events. But Linda Henley had been dead for 6 months. I consulted with the hospital social worker about Robert's condition. She said it wasn't unusual for people suffering from grief, exposure, or dehydration to experience confusion about time and recent events. The mind sometimes creates protective narratives when reality becomes too difficult to process. But Robert hadn't just forgotten that his wife was dead. He'd created an entire day of shared experiences, complete with specific details about their hike, their conversation, their plans. He'd spent 3 days alone in the wilderness, believing she was with him, believing she was lost and needed rescue. Robert was released to his brother's care the next morning. The official report classified the incident as a successful rescue of a solo hiker who'd become disoriented due to dehydration and possible mild head trauma from a fall. There was no mention of his claims about hiking with his deceased wife. I tried to follow up a few weeks later, called Robert's brother to check on his recovery. The brother said Robert was doing better physically, but had no memory of the 3 days he'd spent in the wilderness. He remembered driving up to go hiking, but everything after parking his truck was a complete blank. More importantly, he seemed to have accepted that Linda was gone. The brother said Robert had stopped talking about her as if she were still alive, had started referring to her death in past tense again. Whatever had happened during those 3 days in the forest, it seemed to have reset his grieving process. But I kept thinking about the details Robert had provided about their hike together. The turkey sandwiches, the weather forecast, the plan to hike to the lake. These weren't vague memories or general impressions. They were specific, lived experiences that felt real to him. I went back to Linton Creek a few weeks later, retraced the area where we'd found Robert. I was looking for some explanation of how he'd ended up 8 miles from his registered trail, what route he might have taken, whether there were signs of the fall that could have caused his confusion. Near the spot where I'd first seen him, I found something that bothered me more than it should have. 2 sets of footprints in the soft mud beside the creek. One set matched Robert's hiking boots, the size and tread pattern I'd documented during the rescue. The other set was smaller, consistent with a woman's hiking boot. The smaller prints were clear, recent, and followed the same path as Robert's tracks down to the water's edge. They showed no signs of distortion or weathering that would suggest they'd been there for weeks or months before Robert's visit. I took photos of the prints, measured them, documented their location, but I never included them in any official report. What would I say? That I'd found evidence of someone who couldn't have been there? That a dead woman had somehow left footprints beside a creek in the wilderness? The investigation was closed as a successful rescue with no outstanding questions. Robert made a full physical recovery and, according to his brother, gradually worked through his grief with the help of counseling and family support. He stopped hiking alone, joined a grief support group, eventually started volunteering at a local animal shelter. But I think about those 3 days he spent in the wilderness more often than I probably should. I think about what the human mind does when it can't accept loss, when it needs to create a reality that includes the people we can't let go of. I think about Robert sitting beside Linton Creek, waiting for a wife who would never come, believing in a day that had felt completely real to him. I think about the specific details he remembered, the sandwiches and weather forecasts, and shared conversations that had sustained him through 3 days alone in the forest. And I think about those footprints in the mud, 2 sets of tracks leading down to the water, as if 2 people had walked that path together, as if Linda Henley had been there with her husband one last time before letting him find his way home alone. I know there are logical explanations for everything I observe. Grief-induced hallucinations, false memories created by trauma and dehydration, footprints left by other hikers who'd passed through the area at some other time. The mind plays tricks when it's under stress, creates stories that feel more real than reality. But sometimes, when I'm working alone in the wilderness, I find myself wondering about the places where love and loss intersect with landscapes that don't follow the same rules as the rest of the world. Places where someone might spend 3 days hiking with a wife who exists only in memory, only to wake up beside a creek with no understanding of how they got there. Places where footprints appear in pairs, even when only one person walked away. I still work search and rescue in these mountains. I still respond to missing person reports, coordinate volunteer teams, and bring lost hikers safely home. But I pay closer attention now to the stories people tell about their time in the wilderness, especially when those stories don't quite match the evidence we find. Because sometimes the most important truths aren't the ones that fit neatly into incident reports. Sometimes the wilderness gives people exactly what they need, even when what they need is impossible, even when what they need is one more day with someone they'll never see again. Robert Henley spent 3 days hiking with his wife through country that exists somewhere between memory and hope. And for those 3 days, she was as real as the trees and the water and the trail beneath their feet. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's more than enough. Maybe that's everything. My name is Lisa Park. I'm a research assistant with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, working primarily on archival projects and case file digitization. It's detail-oriented work that suits my background in library science, organizing decades of incident reports, missing persons files, and environmental impact studies into searchable digital databases. Most of the work is routine: scanning documents, entering metadata, cross-referencing case numbers with park locations and dates. I spend my days in a climate-controlled office in Salem, processing boxes of files that have been accumulating since the 1970s. It's quiet, methodical work that rarely produces surprises beyond the occasional misfiled report or duplicate entry. But there was one file that changed how I think about my own past. One photograph that made me question memories I thought were certain, experiences I was sure I could trust. One image that suggested someone had been documenting my life years before I knew those places existed. I was working through a box of cold case files from Crater Lake National Park, incident reports from the early 2000s that had never been properly digitized. Most were routine: wildlife encounters, lost hikers who were quickly found, minor accidents that required medical attention, but no lasting consequences. The missing persons cases were more complex. Each file contained multiple reports, photographs, witness statements, and follow-up investigations that sometimes spanned months or years. I was scanning everything methodically, creating digital copies while preserving the original documents in their proper order. The file for case number CL-04-17 contained the usual paperwork: Initial missing person report, dated July 15, 2004. Search and rescue logs, witness interviews, photographs of the subject's abandoned campsite, and personal belongings. It was filed under the name Jennifer Walsh, 26 years old, from Sacramento. She'd been camping alone at Mazama Campground, registered for 3 nights. When she failed to check out on schedule, park rangers found her tent still set up, gear organized, car parked in the designated spot. No sign of struggle, no indication of where she might have gone. The investigation lasted 6 weeks. Search teams covered hundreds of square miles around the park. Dive teams checked Crater Lake itself. Though there was no evidence Jennifer had ever approached the rim, the case was eventually classified as a voluntary disappearance, though her family insisted that wasn't consistent with her personality or life circumstances. I was scanning the photographs when I found it. A Polaroid tucked behind the official crime scene photos, not properly cataloged with the rest of the evidence. The image showed a young woman standing at the Crater Lake rim overlook, the distinctive blue water and Wizard Island clearly visible in the background. The woman in the photograph was me, not someone who looked like me, not a distant relative or doppelganger. It was me, wearing clothes I had never owned. A red windbreaker I'd never seen before, blue jeans that weren't my style, hiking boots that looked too large for my feet. But my face, my posture, my hair length and color, exactly as they had been in 2004. I stared at the photograph for a long time, trying to understand what I was seeing. The image was clearly a Polaroid, with the characteristic fade and color saturation of instant film from that era. Someone had written on the white border below the image, J.W. July 12, 2004, Crater Lake Rim. July 12, 2004. 3 days before Jennifer Walsh was reported missing. 3 years before I had ever visited Crater Lake National Park. I remember my first visit to Crater Lake clearly. It was in August of 2007, a weekend trip with college friends during my senior year. We'd driven down from Portland, camped at Mazama, hiked several of the rim trails. I have dozens of photos from that trip, all clearly dated, all matching my memories of a specific weekend when I was 23 years old. But according to the Polaroid in my hands, I had been standing at that same overlook 3 years earlier, wearing clothes I didn't recognize, documented as evidence in a missing person case I'd never heard of. I examined the photograph more carefully. The lighting suggested late afternoon, consistent with the timestamp. The background showed Crater Lake exactly as I remembered it from my actual visit years later. But there were details that bothered me. My expression in the photo looked uncertain, almost confused. Not the expression of someone posing for a planned photograph. And my clothing. I've never owned a red windbreaker. I don't like that style of jacket, never have. The boots in the photo were clearly too large, like someone had borrowed equipment that didn't fit properly. Everything about my appearance suggested I was wearing someone else's gear. I checked the case file more thoroughly, looking for any explanation of how this photograph had ended up with Jennifer Walsh's missing person report. There was no mention of it in the evidence logs. No documentation of when it was taken or by whom. It was simply there, tucked behind official crime scene photos, like someone had added it to the file after the fact. I scanned the photograph and saved it to a secure folder on my computer. Then I researched the Jennifer Walsh case more thoroughly, reading through witness statements and investigative reports I hadn't processed yet. According to the file, Jennifer had been seen on July 12th at various locations around the park. The visitor center, the rim overlook, the Mazama Village store. Multiple witnesses described her as seeming disoriented, asking questions about her location despite having been camping there for 2 days already. One witness statement caught my attention. A park volunteer who'd encountered Jennifer at the rim overlook that afternoon described her as acting strange, like she didn't know where she was or how she'd gotten there. The volunteer had offered assistance, but Jennifer had walked away without responding. The timestamp on the Polaroid matched the time frame when Jennifer had been seen at the rim overlook. But the woman in the photograph was clearly me, not Jennifer Walsh. I spent hours going through my personal records from 2004, trying to find any evidence that I might have been at Crater Lake that summer. Credit card statements, cell phone records, work schedules, anything that might explain how I could have been photographed there without remembering it. Nothing. In July of 2004, I had been working at a bookstore in Eugene, living in a studio apartment near the University of Oregon campus. I was 20 years old, had never been to Crater Lake, had never owned any of the clothing visible in the Polaroid. But the evidence was there in my hands. A photograph of me at a location I'd never visited, wearing clothes I'd never owned, taken on a date I could account for with other activities. Someone had documented my presence at Crater Lake 3 years before I'd ever been there. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe the photograph wasn't really of me. Maybe it was someone with a strong resemblance, and I was projecting my own features onto a stranger's face. Maybe the timestamp was wrong, or the photograph had been misfiled from a different case. But the more I studied the image, the more certain I became that I was looking at myself. The shape of my nose, the way I held my shoulders, even the specific way my hair fell across my forehead. These weren't general similarities. They were precise matches to how I looked in college photos from that same time period. I considered telling someone about the photograph. My supervisor, the park rangers who'd worked the original case, someone who might be able to explain how this was possible. But what would I say? That I'd found evidence of my own presence at a crime scene I'd never visited? That somehow I'd been at Crater Lake before I'd ever been to Crater Lake? Instead, I kept the discovery to myself. I finished processing the Jennifer Walsh file, digitized all the official documents, and archived the original materials according to standard procedures. But I kept a copy of the photograph, both the digital scan and a print I made from the original. The Jennifer Walsh case remained officially unsolved. She had never been found, never made contact with family, never used credit cards or accessed bank accounts after July 15, 2004. The investigation had concluded that she'd either died in the park through misadventure or had voluntarily disappeared for reasons unknown. But I started thinking about the witness statements, describing her confused behavior, her apparent disorientation, despite being familiar with the area. I thought about the photograph showing me at the rim overlook, wearing clothes that weren't mine, looking uncertain about where I was. What if Jennifer Walsh hadn't disappeared voluntarily? What if something had happened to her at Crater Lake? Something that had left only a photograph of someone else in her place. I researched other missing person cases from Crater Lake, looking for similar patterns. Cases where people had been seen acting disoriented before disappearing. Cases where the evidence didn't quite match the official conclusions. I found more than I expected. Over the past 20 years, 7 people had gone missing from Crater Lake under circumstances that defied easy explanation. Solo travelers, all of them, reported missing when they failed to return home or check out of their accommodations. In most cases, their campsites or vehicles were found undisturbed, with no indication of where they might have gone. But in 3 of those cases, witnesses had described the missing persons as seeming confused or disoriented in the days before they disappeared, acting like they didn't recognize places they should have known, asking questions that didn't make sense for people who'd been visiting the park for days. I couldn't find any other photographs like the one I'd discovered. But the pattern of confusion and disorientation troubled me. It suggested that something at Crater Lake was affecting people's memories, their sense of place and identity, in the time before they vanished. 6 months after finding the photograph, I decided to visit Crater Lake again. Not for work, but to see if being there might trigger some memory of the earlier visit I couldn't consciously recall. Maybe I had been there in 2004. Maybe I'd simply forgotten due to trauma or stress. I drove down on a weekend in March, camping at Mazama just as Jennifer Walsh had done. I hiked to the rim overlook where the photograph had been taken, stood in the same spot, tried to remember being there before. Nothing. The place felt familiar only from my documented visit in 2007. I had no memory of wearing a red windbreaker, no recollection of feeling confused or disoriented. The landscape was beautiful and peaceful, exactly as I remembered it from my college trip. But as I was leaving the overlook, I noticed something that bothered me. A young man standing near the information plaques, wearing clothes that seemed too large for him, looking around with an expression of uncertainty. When I approached to ask if he needed help, he walked away without responding. It was the same behavior witnesses had described in Jennifer Walsh, the same disorientation I seemed to be showing in the Polaroid photograph, like someone who was present but not quite there, documented but not remembered. I reported the encounter to park rangers, described the man's behavior and appearance. They thanked me for the information but didn't seem particularly concerned. People get lost or confused in national parks all the time, they said. Usually, they find their way or ask for help when they need it. But I kept thinking about that man's expression, the same uncertain look I'd seen in my own face in the photograph, like someone who didn't know where they were or how they'd gotten there. 2 weeks later, I checked missing person reports for Crater Lake. No one matching the man's description had been reported missing. But given the timeline of these cases, it might be days or weeks before anyone realized he was gone. I still work in the archives, still process cold case files and missing person reports. But I approach the work differently now. I pay closer attention to witness statements describing confused or disoriented behavior. I look for patterns that might connect cases across different time periods, and I think about that Polaroid more often than I probably should. The photograph of me standing at Crater Lake, wearing clothes I'd never owned, taken 3 years before I'd ever been there. Evidence of an experience I can't remember, documented in a case file for someone else's disappearance. Sometimes, when I'm working alone in the archives, I wonder if there are other photographs hidden in other case files. Images of people standing in places they've never been, wearing clothes they've never owned, looking confused about where they are and how they got there. People who might not remember being photographed, just as I don't remember standing at that overlook in July of 2004. People who might discover evidence of their own impossible presence in places they've never visited, times they can't account for. Because if it happened to me, if I could be documented at Crater Lake before I'd ever been to Crater Lake, then maybe it's happening to others. Maybe there are more photographs waiting to be found, more evidence of experiences that exist only in case files and missing person reports. Maybe Jennifer Walsh found a photograph of herself somewhere she'd never been, wearing clothes she'd never owned. Maybe that's why she seemed disoriented in the days before she disappeared. Maybe she was trying to understand how she could be documented in a place she'd never visited, just as I am now. The photograph is still in my desk drawer, both the original and the digital copy. Sometimes I take it out and study my own face, looking for some clue about what I might have been thinking when it was taken. But that woman at the rim overlook remains a stranger to me. Even though she shares my features and my history, she knows something I don't know. She's been somewhere I've never been, even though the place is somewhere I've visited multiple times. She's evidence of an experience that belongs to me, but exists outside my memory. And sometimes, when I'm working late in the archives, I catch myself looking over my shoulder, wondering if someone might be documenting my presence right now, creating evidence of experiences I'll never remember, photographs that will end up filed with someone else's disappearance years from now. Because if it happened once, it can happen again. And next time, I might not be the one who finds the photograph. Next time, I might be the one who disappears. I'm David Reed. I've been a conservation officer with the Washington State Fish and Wildlife Department for 14 years, working primarily in the Olympic Peninsula backcountry. It's challenging work that combines law enforcement with environmental protection, requiring long days in remote areas where radio communication is spotty and the nearest backup might be hours away. Most of my job involves routine patrols, checking hunting and fishing licenses, investigating reports of poaching or illegal camping, The Olympic Peninsula draws all kinds of people, and not everyone respects the regulations designed to protect these ancient forests and the wildlife that depends on them. But there was one discovery that changed how I think about the wilderness areas I patrol. One site that raised questions about forces that don't appear in any wildlife management manual, patterns that don't fit the natural processes I was trained to recognize. It happened in late October of 2021, after a Pacific storm system had moved through the region, bringing 3 days of heavy rain and winds that peaked at over 70 miles per hour. Storm cleanup is always part of our post-weather responsibilities. Fallen trees across roads and trails, damaged infrastructure, sometimes stranded campers who need assistance getting back to their vehicles. I was working a section of the Quinault River drainage, an area of old-growth forest about 12 miles from the nearest road access. The storm had hit this region particularly hard, bringing down several massive trees and creating new debris jams in the river system. I was hiking a maintenance trail when I came across what looked like the aftermath of a significant impact event. A circular area about 20 feet in diameter, where the forest floor had been compressed into the underlying soil. Not just flattened, but pressed down with enough force to create a depression several inches deep in what had been relatively soft ground. At the center of this depression was camping gear. A 2-person tent, completely flattened but still intact. 2 sleeping bags, pressed so flat they looked like fabric mats. A camp stove, crushed but recognizable. Personal belongings scattered in a pattern that suggested they'd been inside the tent when whatever happened occurred. The entire campsite had been compressed uniformly, as if something with tremendous weight had settled on it and then lifted away. But the depression wasn't circular or random in shape. It had a distinct outline, like a giant footprint pressed into the earth. I documented everything with my camera before disturbing the scene. The dimensions, the depth of the compression, the condition of the gear. I collected identification from wallets that had been flattened with everything else. Daniel Morrison and Sarah Kim, both from Seattle. Their camping permit, issued 2 weeks earlier, showed they'd registered for Site 12 at the Quinault Lake Campground. But I was standing at least 8 miles from the lake, in an area that wasn't designated for camping. There were no established trails connecting this location to their registered campsite. No reason 2 experienced backpackers would have set up camp in a random spot in the deep forest. I checked my GPS coordinates and radioed dispatch to report the discovery. Possible missing person situation, camping gear found in unusual circumstances, need for further investigation. I was instructed to secure the scene and wait for additional personnel. Deputy Collins from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department arrived 3 hours later, along with a search and rescue coordinator I'd worked with before. We spent the rest of the daylight hours documenting the site and trying to understand what we were looking at. The camping gear was registered to Daniel Morrison, matching the identification we'd found. According to missing persons reports filed by their families, Daniel and Sarah had been overdue from their camping trip for 5 days. Their car had been found at the Quinault Lake trailhead, properly parked with a valid permit displayed, but no search efforts had extended to this location. It was too far from their registered campsite, too remote, and there was no logical reason they would have traveled here. The terrain between the lake and this site included several miles of difficult bushwhacking through unmarked forest. Collins examined the depression carefully, measuring the dimensions and taking additional photographs. The shape was distinctive, roughly oval but with a pointed end that created the boot-like pattern I'd noticed. The compression was uniform across the entire area, suggesting whatever had caused it had applied pressure evenly, rather than impacting at a single point. Flash flood, Collins concluded, after surveying the surrounding area. Storm like we just had. Water comes down the mountainside fast enough, it can carry tremendous force. Probably caught them in their tent, compressed everything before the water receded. I didn't argue with his assessment, but it didn't match what I was seeing. Flash floods create chaotic debris patterns. They scatter gear, tear tents, leave evidence of rushing water and tumbling rocks. They don't compress campsites into neat geometric shapes. And there was no evidence of flooding in the area. No debris lines on trees, no scoured channels, no accumulated sediment. The surrounding forest showed normal storm damage from wind and falling branches, but nothing indicating the kind of water movement that could create this level of compression. The search and rescue team expanded their efforts to include this location, but found no trace of Daniel or Sarah. No clothing, no personal items beyond what had been compressed with the tent. No signs they'd ever left the campsite on foot. It was as if they'd simply vanished from inside their flattened tent. The case was officially classified as a flash flood fatality, with bodies not recovered. The official report noted that extreme weather events can create unpredictable hydraulic forces capable of moving or burying victims in ways that make recovery unlikely. The compressed campsite was documented as evidence of the water's tremendous power, but I kept going back to that site over the following weeks. Something about the depression bothered me in ways I couldn't articulate. The perfect geometric shape, the uniform compression, the complete absence of any other flood indicators. I started researching similar incidents, looking for cases where flash floods had created comparable compression patterns. I found plenty of examples of flood damage to campsites, but nothing that resembled what I'd discovered. Water damage is chaotic, unpredictable. It doesn't create perfect boot-shaped impressions in forest floors. 3 weeks after the initial discovery, I returned to the site with a metal detector and some basic excavation tools. If Daniel and Sarah had been caught in a flood, there might be personal items buried in the compressed soil. Jewelry, keys, anything small and dense that might have been pressed down with everything else. I found something, but it wasn't what I expected. About 2 feet down, directly in the center of the depression, the metal detector located a large metallic object. I dug carefully, unsure what I might uncover. It was a climbing carabiner, the heavy-duty kind used for serious mountaineering. But it had been compressed flat, like someone had placed it in a hydraulic press. The aluminum was flattened to about 1/4 of its original thickness, but the shape was still recognizable. No flash flood creates that kind of pressure. Water can move objects, tumble them, bury them in debris, but it doesn't compress solid aluminum into flat discs. Whatever had created that depression had applied force far beyond anything natural water movement could generate. I kept the carabiner, though I never included it in any official report. What would I say? That I'd found evidence suggesting the campsite had been compressed by something other than flooding? That the force required to flatten climbing hardware indicated something beyond any natural weather phenomenon? The Morrison Kim case was closed within 2 months. The families were informed that their loved ones had been victims of an extreme weather event, that recovery of the bodies was unlikely given the terrain and conditions. The compressed campsite was filled in and reseeded, officially returning the area to its natural state. But I continued monitoring that location, checking it during regular patrols, watching for any signs of unusual activity. The forest regenerated normally. Plants grew back. Fallen leaves accumulated. The depression gradually became indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain until I found the second site. It was 6 months later, after another major storm system had moved through the region. I was conducting post-storm assessment in a different drainage, about 15 miles from the first location. Similar old-growth forest, similar terrain, similar isolation from established trails. And there it was again, another perfectly compressed area, this time containing the flattened remains of a solo camping setup. 1-person tent, single sleeping bag, backpack and gear, all pressed into a boot-shaped depression in the forest floor. The gear belonged to Marcus Webb, a 34-year-old software engineer from Portland who'd been reported missing after failing to return from a planned 3-day backpacking trip. His car had been found at a trailhead 12 miles away. His registered campsite was in a completely different drainage system. But here was his equipment, compressed into the same distinctive pattern I'd found before. Same uniform pressure, same geometric precision, same complete absence of any logical explanation for how he'd ended up in this remote location. I documented everything according to the same procedures I'd followed before. But this time, I didn't call it in immediately. Instead, I spent several hours examining the site, taking detailed measurements, looking for any evidence that might explain what I was seeing. The pattern was identical to the first site. The dimensions were slightly different, suggesting whatever had created the compression was capable of varying its size or impact area. But the shape, the depth, the uniformity of pressure were all consistent with what I'd found 6 months earlier. I found another flattened carabiner, buried in the same relative position as the first one. This time, I left it in place and took photographs showing its location and condition, evidence of force that exceeded anything in my experience or training. When I finally reported the discovery, Deputy Collins responded with the same assessment. Flash flood, extreme weather, natural forces capable of creating unpredictable results. The official explanation remained consistent, even though the physical evidence didn't support it. 2 sites, 6 months apart, in different drainage systems with identical compression patterns, both involving missing campers whose registered locations were miles away from where their gear was found. Both blamed on flood events that left no other evidence of their occurrence. I started mapping the locations, looking for patterns that might predict where similar sites might appear. The terrain was similar, but not identical. Both were in old-growth forest, both were near seasonal water sources, both were well away from established trails or camping areas. But there was something else they had in common. Both sites were in areas where the local indigenous tribes had traditionally avoided extended stays. Not sacred sites or burial grounds, but places that were used for travel rather than settlement. Places that, according to oral histories I researched, were associated with stories about things that moved through the forest but were not of the forest. I never found a third site, though I've been looking for 2 years now. Maybe whatever creates these compression patterns has moved on to other areas. Maybe the pattern occurs on longer cycles that I haven't figured out yet. Maybe I've just been lucky enough, or unlucky enough, to discover the aftermath but not witness the cause. The official records show 3 missing persons cases, all attributed to extreme weather events and difficult recovery conditions. Flash floods, falling trees, the unpredictable dangers of wilderness recreation. Normal explanations for abnormal circumstances, but I still carry that first carabiner in my field pack. Physical evidence of force that doesn't fit any natural explanation. Proof that something in these forests is capable of creating pressures that shouldn't exist. Something that can compress camping equipment and climbing hardware into flat discs while leaving perfect geometric impressions in the forest floor. I think about Daniel and Sarah, about Marcus Webb, about what they might have experienced in their final moments, whether they saw what was approaching their campsites, whether they understood what was happening as their world was compressed into geometric patterns, pressed into the earth. I think about the families who were told their loved ones died in flash floods, who have some measure of closure even if it's based on explanations that don't match the physical evidence. Sometimes, the official story is kinder than the truth, even when the truth is something we can't understand or explain. But I keep patrolling these areas, keep watching for signs of compression patterns or displaced camping gear, keep looking for evidence of forces that operate outside our normal understanding of what's possible in the wilderness. Because somewhere in these ancient forests, something is capable of creating perfect boot-shaped impressions 20 feet across. Something that can compress solid aluminum and human lives into flat patterns pressed into the earth. And someday, I might be the one who discovers what leaves footprints that large. Or someday, I might be the one who becomes part of the pattern. My name is Maria Santos. I worked as a fire lookout operator for the U.S. Forest Service for 7 years, manning towers throughout California and Oregon during fire season. It's solitary work that suits certain personalities, spending weeks alone in remote locations with nothing but radio contact and the vast wilderness stretching in every direction. Fire lookouts serve as early warning systems for wildfire detection. We monitor weather conditions, spot smoke plumes, and coordinate with ground crews and aircraft to respond to potential threats. The work requires constant vigilance, especially during high-risk periods when a single unattended campfire or lightning strike can trigger a disaster that consumes thousands of acres. But there was one assignment that changed how I think about what we observe from those towers. One season that made me question whether everything we document through our binoculars and report over the radio represents something we can actually understand. It was the summer of 2022. I was assigned to Mount Shasta Lookout, a tower positioned about 45 miles northeast of the city of Mount Shasta in the Shasta Trinity National Forest. The tower sits at an elevation of over 6,000 feet, providing visibility across roughly 50 square miles of mixed forest and wilderness areas. The assignment was supposed to last 4 months, covering the peak fire season from June through September. I'd worked similar positions before, understood the routine, felt comfortable with the isolation and responsibility. Mount Shasta Lookout had a reputation for being one of the better assignments, with reliable equipment and spectacular views that made the long nights more tolerable. My first few weeks were routine. I monitored weather stations, reported atmospheric conditions twice daily, and maintained the log of all observed activities within my area of responsibility. The summer was proving to be relatively quiet, with only minor incidents that were quickly contained. It was on July 18th that I first noticed the light. I was conducting my 11 p.m. perimeter scan when I spotted what appeared to be a campfire in a remote section of wilderness about 12 miles northwest of the tower. The light was small but distinct, the characteristic orange glow of an open flame, visible through my binoculars. I checked my area maps and confirmed the location. Grid, reference 774 by 298. An area of old-growth forest with no established trails, no vehicle access, and no camping permits on file. The nearest road was more than 6 miles away, across difficult terrain that would require serious backpacking experience to navigate. I logged the observation and radioed dispatch to report an illegal campfire in a restricted area. Standard protocol for situations where people might be camping without permits, or in locations where open flames were prohibited due to fire danger. Mount Shasta Lookout to dispatch. I have eyes on an unauthorized fire. Grid 774 by 298. Single campfire. Appears to be contained, but requesting ground crew for investigation. Dispatch acknowledged my report and indicated they'd send a team out the following morning to investigate. Remote locations often required daylight hours for safe access, especially when the exact route to the site was unclear. The ground crew hiked out the next day but found no evidence of recent fire activity. No ash, no scorched ground, no camping gear or trash. The area showed no signs of human presence, recent or otherwise. They checked the surrounding terrain for alternative locations where I might have seen the fire, but found nothing. When the team leader called me on the radio that afternoon, he suggested I might have been seeing reflected light from a more distant source, possibly refracted through atmospheric conditions that could make a fire appear closer than it actually was. It was a reasonable explanation for an impossible observation, but the light appeared again the next night. Same location, same time. 11:47 p.m. exactly. I watched it through my binoculars for over an hour. The flame behaved like a normal campfire, flickering and dancing in what appeared to be a light breeze. I could see the orange glow illuminating trees in the immediate area, creating the kind of light patterns you'd expect from an open fire in a forest setting. I reported it again. Another ground crew hiked out, found nothing. No evidence of fire. No explanation for what I was observing night after night from the tower. This pattern continued for 2 weeks. Every night at exactly 11:47 p.m., the light would appear in the same location. I'd watch it for varying lengths of time, sometimes until well past midnight, sometimes until it simply disappeared without any obvious cause. I'd report it, ground crews would investigate, and they'd find nothing. By early August, my supervisors were starting to question my reports. 3 separate teams had hiked to the location, used GPS to confirm the exact coordinates I'd provided, and found no evidence of any fire activity. The area was pristine wilderness, undisturbed by human presence. But I kept seeing the light. Every night, same time, same place. I started keeping more detailed logs, documenting everything I could observe about the phenomenon. The light appeared to come from ground level, consistent with a campfire, rather than any elevated source. The flame pattern showed normal variation, not the steady burn you'd expect from a gas leak or electrical source. The illumination of surrounding trees suggested the fire was producing actual light, not just appearing as a light source. Most importantly, I noticed that the appearance was absolutely punctual. 11:47 p.m. No variation. In 7 years of fire lookout work, I'd never seen anything in nature that operated on such precise timing. I also started noting what I couldn't observe. No smoke plume, even on still nights when smoke from any real fire should have been visible. No change in local weather patterns that might suggest heat rising from a significant fire source. No animal behavior changes that typically occur when wildlife encounters human activity in remote areas. By late August, my supervisors had stopped sending ground crews to investigate. The consensus was that I was experiencing some kind of optical illusion, possibly caused by equipment malfunction or atmospheric conditions unique to that particular viewing angle from the tower. But I knew what I was seeing was real. The light was there, night after night, as reliable as the sunset. On September 15th, my last night before rotating to a different assignment, I decided to observe the phenomenon more carefully than I'd ever done before. I set up my most powerful binoculars, checked and rechecked the focus, and waited for 11:47 p.m. The light appeared exactly on schedule. But this time, I noticed something that changed everything I thought I understood about what I'd been watching. I could see stars through the flames, not around the fire, not above it, but through it. The orange glow and dancing flame patterns were there, clearly visible and apparently real. But when I focused carefully on the fire itself, I could see the night sky behind it, stars that should have been blocked by the flames and smoke of any actual fire. I watched for over an hour, adjusting my focus, trying to understand what I was seeing. The flame appeared solid and real from a distance, but when I concentrated on specific areas within the fire, I could see through it to the forest beyond. It was like watching a projection, a light show being displayed against the darkness but having no actual substance, something that created the appearance of fire without the reality of combustion. I never reported that final observation. What would I have said? That I'd been documenting a campfire that wasn't actually there? That for 3 months I'd been logging reports of something that existed only as an optical phenomenon with no physical basis? I requested transfer from fire lookout duty immediately after my rotation ended. I told my supervisors I was interested in pursuing different opportunities within the Forest Service, maybe ground crew work or fire prevention education. I never mentioned what I'd realized during that final night of observation, but I started researching the history of Mount Shasta Lookout and the surrounding wilderness areas. I wanted to understand if other lookout operators had reported similar phenomena, if there was any documentation of unusual sightings or unexplained lights in that specific area. What I found was disturbing. Over the past 30 years, 7 different fire lookout operators had reported regular nighttime lights in remote locations within their observation areas. Lights that appeared consistently but could never be verified by ground investigation. Lights that led to questioning of the operator's reliability and, in most cases, requests for transfer to different assignments. The reports were remarkably consistent. Lights that appeared at precise times, in locations where no human activity should have been possible, showing characteristics of real fires, but leaving no physical evidence of their existence. Most troubling was a report from 2008, filed by an operator named David Chen, who'd worked the same tower I'd been assigned to. His observations described lights appearing in exactly the same grid reference I'd been monitoring at exactly the same time each night. 11:47 p.m. Chen had reported the phenomenon for an entire season before requesting transfer. His final report, filed with his rotation paperwork, included a note that he'd begun to question whether the lights were actually there, or just something the tower makes you see. I never contacted Chen or any of the other operators who'd filed similar reports. What would I ask them? Whether they'd noticed stars visible through the flames? Whether they'd realized they were documenting something that couldn't exist? Instead, I took a position with fire prevention education, working in schools and community centers to teach people about wildfire safety and prevention. Ground-based work with clear, tangible objectives and measurable outcomes. Work that didn't involve spending long nights alone in towers, watching remote locations for signs of things that might or might not be there. But I think about that light more often than I probably should. I think about 3 months of nightly observations, dozens of reports filed in good faith, ground crews hiking miles through difficult terrain to investigate something that wasn't actually there. I think about the precision of the timing, the consistency of the location, the way the phenomenon appeared to multiple operators over a span of years. Whatever was creating those lights operated according to patterns that suggested intelligence or purpose, not random atmospheric conditions or equipment malfunction. Most of all, I think about that final night when I realized I was looking through the flames at the stars beyond. The moment when I understood that for 3 months I'd been documenting something that existed in some space between real and unreal. Something that could be observed but not verified, recorded but not explained. Fire lookout towers are designed to watch for threats, to detect dangers before they can spread beyond control. But sometimes the things we observe from those towers are dangers we can't understand or report. Phenomena that exist at the edges of what we're trained to recognize. I wonder if the light still appears every night at 11:47 p.m. in grid reference 774 by 298. I wonder if the current lookout operator is filing reports that will be investigated by ground crews who will find nothing. I wonder if someone else is learning that you can see stars through flames that aren't really there. The Mount Shasta lookout is still active, still manned during fire season by operators who spend their nights scanning the wilderness for signs of danger. They're trained to report everything they observe, to document potential threats, regardless of how unusual or unlikely they might seem. But I hope whoever's working that tower now understands that some of the things visible from 4,500 feet above sea level don't follow the rules we expect from the physical world. Some lights appear every night at the same time, in the same place, for reasons that have nothing to do with campfires or human activity. Some flames burn without fuel, without heat, without substance. And sometimes, if you look carefully enough, you can see right through them to the darkness beyond. I never requested fire tower duty again, but on clear nights, when I'm working late at my desk in the fire prevention office, I sometimes find myself looking out the window at 11:47 p.m., wondering if somewhere in the distance someone else is watching a light that shouldn't exist. A light that appears exactly on schedule, burns without burning, and shows you stars through flames that cast shadows on trees, but leave no ash in the morning. My name is Kevin Chang. I've been a park interpreter at Golden Gate National Recreation Area for 9 years, leading educational programs and nature walks for visitors of all ages. It's work that combines my background in environmental science with a genuine love for sharing the natural world with people who might not otherwise have the chance to experience these protected spaces. Most of my programs are scheduled events: Saturday morning nature walks, weekend bird identification workshops, evening programs about local wildlife and conservation. I work primarily at the Marin Headlands and Muir Woods sections of the park, areas that draw thousands of visitors each year, but still contain quiet spaces where you can observe the intersection of urban and wild landscapes. The work brings me into contact with all kinds of people: families with young children, school groups on field trips, serious amateur naturalists, tourists looking for something to do on a weekend afternoon. After 9 years, I've learned to recognize the regular attendees, the people who show up consistently because they genuinely enjoy learning about the natural world. But there was one regular who was different from the others. One person whose presence at my programs raised questions I never thought to ask until it was too late to get answers. I first noticed her in early March of 2023. An elderly woman, probably in her 70s, who attended my Saturday morning nature walk at the Marin Headlands. She always arrived a few minutes before the program started, always sat in the back of the group, and never participated in discussions or asked questions. She was well-dressed but practical. Clean hiking boots, a lightweight jacket appropriate for the changeable coastal weather, a small day pack that looked well-used but well-maintained. She had gray hair pulled back in a neat bun, wore wire-rimmed glasses, and carried herself with the careful dignity of someone who'd spent a lifetime being observant and self-sufficient. What struck me most was her attention during the programs. While other participants would sometimes get distracted by their phones or side conversations, she remained focused on everything I was discussing. She'd take notes in a small notebook, nod at points that seemed particularly interesting, and follow along attentively when I pointed out specific plants or geological features. But she never spoke, not during the formal presentation, not during the question and answer periods, not even when I'd specifically invite quieter participants to share observations or ask for clarification. After the third Saturday, I started making small attempts to engage her directly. I'd make eye contact during my presentations, pause near where she was sitting to see if she had questions, or approach her after the program to ask if she'd enjoyed the walk. She'd smile and nod politely, but never responded verbally. I assumed she might be shy, or perhaps had hearing difficulties that made group participation challenging. Some people prefer to learn through observation rather than interaction, and I respected that preference. By May, she'd become a fixture at my Saturday programs. Other regular attendees had started to recognize her too, though like me, none of them seemed to know her name or have any personal conversations with her. She was just a quiet, consistent presence who showed up every week, learned what she could, and left without drawing attention to herself. I started looking forward to seeing her at the programs. There's something reassuring about having regular attendees, people who value the educational work enough to make it part of their weekly routine. Her consistent presence felt like validation that the programs were worthwhile, that someone was getting real value from the information I was sharing. In June, I decided to check the visitor registration logs to get her contact information. All park programs require advance registration, and participants are supposed to sign in when they arrive. I wanted to send her some additional resources about local wildlife that I thought she might find interesting. But when I went through the registration records, I couldn't find her name anywhere. Not just for recent programs, but going back to March when I'd first noticed her attendance. According to the official records, she'd never registered for any of my programs. I checked with the volunteer who usually handled sign-in duties for Saturday morning programs. She remembered seeing the elderly woman regularly, but couldn't recall her ever actually signing the attendance sheet. The volunteer assumed someone else was handling her registration, or that she was attending as a guest of another participant. But none of the other regular attendees knew her personally. When I discreetly asked around, people remembered seeing her at programs, but no one had ever spoken with her or knew anything about her background. The more I thought about it, the more puzzling her presence became. Park programs have mandatory registration for insurance and safety reasons. We need accurate head counts, emergency contact information, and liability waivers. The system is designed to track everyone who participates in organized activities. Yet somehow she'd been attending programs for months without leaving any official record of her participation. I started paying closer attention to her arrival and departure patterns. She always appeared a few minutes before the program started, but I never saw her in the parking area or coming up the main trail. She'd simply be there when I began my introduction, sitting in her usual spot in the back of the group. Similarly, she'd disappear at the end of each program without my noticing exactly when she left. I'd be talking with other participants, answering final questions, or providing additional resources, and when I looked around, she'd be gone. By late July, I'd become genuinely curious about her situation. Was she somehow attending without going through proper registration? Was there a bureaucratic error that was preventing her information from appearing in our records? I decided to approach her more directly at the next program. But she didn't show up that Saturday. For the first time in months, her usual spot in the back of the group remained empty. I found myself distracted during the presentation, glancing toward where she normally sat, wondering if she was sick or had other commitments. She didn't appear the following Saturday either. By the third week, I was genuinely concerned. In 9 years of leading programs, I'd never had such a consistent, regular attendee simply stop coming without explanation. I checked with park maintenance staff to see if anyone had reported an elderly woman having difficulties on the trails. I called the volunteer coordinator to ask if she'd heard from anyone matching the woman's description. I even checked with the parking area staff to see if they'd noticed any regular visitors who'd stopped coming. No one had any information. It was as if she'd simply stopped existing. Then, on a Thursday morning in mid-August, one of our restroom maintenance volunteers found a purse in the women's facility near the Marin Headlands Visitor Center. It was a small brown leather purse, well worn but clean, containing the usual items: keys, tissues, reading glasses, a small notebook filled with notes about local plants and animals, and a California driver's license for Dorothy Chen, age 74, with an address in San Rafael. I recognized her immediately from the license photo. The same wire-rimmed glasses, the same careful expression, the same neat gray hair. It was definitely the woman who'd been attending my programs for 6 months. But when I looked at the license more carefully, something didn't make sense. The issue date was from 2018, and according to the information, Dorothy Chen's license had expired in 2022. There was no renewal on record. I called the phone number listed on an emergency contact card in the purse. A man answered, identifying himself as Dorothy's son. When I explained about finding the purse and asked about Dorothy's whereabouts, there was a long silence. My mother died in March of 2022, he said finally. She'd been in a nursing home for 2 years before that. Alzheimer's disease. She hadn't been able to leave the facility on her own for the last year of her life. I explained about Dorothy's regular attendance at park programs, described her appearance and behavior, asked if there might be some mistake about the dates or the identity. That's definitely my mother's purse, he said. She always carried that one, but there's no way she could have been attending anything. She died at Marin Convalescent Center on March 8, 2022, almost exactly a year before you say you first saw her. I checked my program records. My first notation about the elderly woman's attendance was dated March 11, 2023, 3 days after Dorothy Chen had died. According to her son, the son came to collect the purse the next day. He confirmed that everything inside belonged to his mother, including the small notebook with handwriting he recognized. But he was baffled about how the purse had ended up at the park, or how I could have detailed descriptions of someone who'd been dead for over a year. She loved nature programs, he told me. Before the Alzheimer's got bad, she was always attending lectures and guided walks. She had notebooks full of information about local plants and birds. It was one of her great passions. He showed me a photograph of Dorothy from before her illness. It was unmistakably the same woman I'd been seeing at programs for 6 months. Same face, same careful expression, same wire-rimmed glasses. But according to medical records and death certificates, Dorothy Chen had been physically incapable of leaving a nursing home for the last year of her life and had been dead for an entire year before I'd ever noticed her presence at my program. I never reported the incident to my supervisors. What would I say? That I'd been seeing a dead woman at park programs for 6 months? That someone who died in a nursing home had been taking notes about local wildlife and sitting quietly in the back of educational groups? Instead, I started reviewing attendance records more carefully, cross-referencing registration information with actual head count. I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing other participants who might be attending without proper documentation. But I found no other discrepancies. Everyone else who attended programs was properly registered, accounted for, and verifiable through normal channels. I also started asking more detailed questions about regular attendees. trying to engage them in conversations that would reveal basic information about their backgrounds and situations. I wanted to ensure that the people attending my programs were actually the people they appeared to be. Most participants were happy to share information about their interests in nature, their hiking experience, their reasons for attending educational programs. Normal conversations that confirmed they were real people leading real lives in the surrounding communities. But Dorothy Chen had never spoken, never shared information about herself, never responded to direct questions, never left any record of her presence except in my own memories and observations. Looking back, I realize I should have been more concerned about her silence, her lack of registration, her mysterious arrival and departure patterns. But she'd seemed so genuinely interested in the programs, so attentive and respectful, that I'd accepted her presence without questioning the details that didn't quite make sense. Now, I wonder if other park staff have had similar experiences. Visitors who seem real but leave no official record of their presence. People who attend programs consistently but can't be verified through normal administrative channel. I still lead Saturday morning nature walks at the Marin Headlands. The programs continue to draw regular attendees who appreciate learning about local ecosystems and conservation efforts. But I pay closer attention now to who's actually there, who's properly registered, who leaves tangible evidence of their participation. And I think about Dorothy Chen more often than I probably should. I think about a woman who loved nature programs enough to keep attending them even after death. I think about 6 months of consistent presence, careful attention, and detailed note-taking that somehow occurred without any physical possibility of occurrence. I think about the small notebook found in her purse, filled with information about plants and animals she'd learned during programs she couldn't have attended. Notes written in handwriting her son recognized, documenting educational experiences that had happened after she died. Sometimes, when I'm leading programs and see someone sitting quietly in the back, taking notes and paying close attention, I find myself wondering if they're really there, if they've registered properly, if they'll leave some record of their presence, if they're learning about the natural world for reasons I can understand. Because Dorothy Chen taught me that not everyone who attends park programs is necessarily among the living. Some people care about nature education enough to continue learning, even when learning should no longer be possible. And sometimes the most dedicated students are the ones who can't technically be students at all. My name is Rachel Torres. I've been a wildlife biologist with the National Park Service for 12 years, specializing in avian population studies and habitat monitoring. Most of my work involves early morning field surveys in remote sections of parks where human activity is minimal and bird behavior patterns remain undisturbed by tourism or development. The work requires spending long hours alone in backcountry areas, often starting before dawn, to catch peak bird activity periods. It's methodical, scientific work that combines careful observation with data collection, creating long-term records that help us understand how wildlife populations respond to environmental changes and management decisions. I've always been comfortable working alone in remote areas. The solitude allows for better wildlife observation, and after 12 years of dawn surveys, I've developed a reliable sense of what belongs in these environments and what doesn't. Birds, mammals, natural sounds, seasonal patterns. You learn to notice when something is out of place. But there was one encounter that challenged everything I thought I understood about what was possible in the wilderness areas I study. One morning that made me question not just what I observed, but whether my observations could be trusted at all. It was early June in 2023. I was conducting breeding bird surveys in the North Cascades National Park, specifically in a section of backcountry that had been closed to public access for habitat restoration. The area was recovering from old logging damage, and we were monitoring how bird populations were responding to the natural regeneration process. The survey route covered about 8 miles of mixed forest habitat, following old logging roads that were gradually being reclaimed by vegetation. I'd started at 4:30 in the morning to catch the dawn chorus, when most species are most active and easiest to identify by song. I was about 3 miles into the survey, working through a section of second-growth Douglas fir, when I heard voices coming from ahead on the trail. Human voices, which was immediately concerning since this area had been closed to public access for over 2 years. I followed the sound through a stand of young trees and emerged into a small clearing where an old logging road intersected with what had once been a staging area for timber operations. At the center of the clearing sat a wooden picnic table, and around it was a family having breakfast. There were 4 of them, 2 adults who appeared to be in their 30s and 2 children who looked like they might be 8 or 10 years old. They had food spread out on the table, seemed relaxed and comfortable, like they were enjoying a routine family camping trip. But everything about the scene felt wrong in ways I couldn't immediately articulate. The picnic table itself was old, weathered, probably left over from logging operations decades earlier. It wasn't the kind of furniture you'd expect to find in a closed backcountry area, and it certainly wasn't something a family would have carried in for camping. More troubling was their clothing. Even from a distance, I could see that what they were wearing didn't match either the current season or each other. One of the children was wearing what looked like a school uniform, complete with a plaid skirt and white blouse that seemed more appropriate for the 1970s than for camping in 2023. The adults were dressed in hiking gear, but it was the style of outdoor clothing I remembered seeing in photographs from the 1990s. Heavy boots, thick synthetic jackets, equipment that looked functional but dated by current standards. The other child was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, appropriate for summer weather. But we were at an elevation where morning temperatures in June still required layers and warm clothing. I approached the clearing slowly, trying to understand what I was seeing. A family camping in a closed area was a clear violation that required intervention, but their presence raised questions that went beyond simple trespassing. "Excuse me," I called out, when I was about 50 yards away. "This area is closed to public access. You'll need to pack up and head back to the main trail system." They all looked up from their breakfast and smiled. Not startled or defensive, just friendly acknowledgement of my presence. The woman waved at me, and one of the children raised his hand in a casual greeting. But none of them responded verbally, and none of them made any move to pack up their belongings or seemed concerned about being in a restricted area. I called out again, louder this time. "This is a closed restoration area. No camping is allowed. I need you to gather your things and follow me back to the authorized trail system." The same response. Smiles. Waves. No apparent concern or urgency about the situation. They continued eating their breakfast, as if I hadn't spoken. I was close enough now to see more details that made the situation even more confusing. The food they were eating looked like it came from different time periods. The adults had what appeared to be packaged camping meals, the kind that became popular in the 80s and 90s. But the children were eating from metal lunchboxes, the kind I remembered from my own childhood in the early 2000s. Their camping gear was similarly mismatched. An old canvas tent that looked like military surplus, modern sleeping bags, a camp stove that appeared to be from the 1970s, water bottles that were clearly contemporary. It was like watching a family that had been assembled from different decades, carrying equipment from different eras, somehow existing together in a place where they shouldn't have been able to exist at all. I stopped about 20 yards from the table and reached for my radio. This situation required backup, both for the trespassing violation and because something about the family's behavior was making me increasingly uncomfortable. Base. This is Torres on the North Unit Breeding Survey. I have a family camping in the closed restoration area. Grid reference 479 by 321. Requesting ranger response for trespassing violation. The response was immediate. Copy, Torres. Ranger unit en route. Estimated arrival 45 minutes. Can you maintain visual contact with the subjects? I looked up from my radio to confirm that the family was still at the picnic table. The clearing was empty. Not just empty of people, but empty of everything. No picnic table, no camping gear, no evidence that anyone had ever been there. The clearing looked exactly as it should have looked in a closed restoration area, with young trees and natural vegetation covering what had once been a logging staging area. I walked to where I'd seen the picnic table just moments before. The ground showed no signs of recent disturbance, no compressed earth where heavy furniture might have sat, no scuff marks from table legs, no food scraps or camping debris. I searched the entire clearing, looking for any evidence of the family's presence. Footprints, trash, equipment they might have left behind. Nothing. The forest floor was covered with natural leaf litter and showed only the tracks of small animals. I radioed base again to cancel the ranger response, explaining that the subjects had apparently left the area before I could make contact. I didn't mention that they'd vanished, along with their equipment and the picnic table they'd been sitting at. But I spent another 2 hours searching the surrounding area, trying to understand what I'd witnessed. I checked for alternative exit routes the family might have used, looked for signs they'd packed up quickly and left through unmarked trails. I found nothing. No human tracks leading away from the clearing, no broken vegetation indicating people had moved through the forest, no evidence that anyone had been in that area recently, except for me. The breeding bird survey was ruined for that morning. I'd lost track of time, lost focus on the data collection, spent the rest of the day trying to rationalize what I'd observed rather than documenting wildlife behavior. That evening, I researched the history of the area more thoroughly than I'd ever done before. I wanted to understand if there had ever been recreational facilities in that location, whether the land had been used for camping before it was closed for restoration. What I found was disturbing. The area had been actively logged until the early 1990s, when it was incorporated into the national park system. But there had never been any recreational development, no authorized camping areas, no picnic facilities. More troubling was what I learned about accidents in that location. Between 1975 and 1992, 3 separate incidents had resulted in fatalities associated with logging operations in that specific area. A family of 4 had died in 1988 when their vehicle went off a logging road during a winter storm. The bodies had been recovered, but their car wasn't found until the following spring. The description of the family matched what I'd observed in terms of number and approximate ages. 2 adults, 2 children, lost in the same area where I'd encountered the breakfast scene. I tried to dismiss the connection as coincidence, but the details bothered me more than they should have. The mismatched clothing, the outdated equipment, the picnic table that shouldn't have existed in a location where no recreational facilities had ever been installed. I never reported the full details of what I'd observed that morning. My official incident report noted that I'd briefly observed what appeared to be unauthorized camping activity, but that the subjects had left the area before contact could be made. But I started paying closer attention during subsequent surveys in that area, looking for signs of human presence, listening for voices that shouldn't have been there, watching for movement that didn't match normal wildlife patterns. I never saw the family again, but I began noticing other inconsistencies during dawn surveys. Equipment or structures that appeared briefly and then disappeared, sounds that didn't match any known species in the area, signs of human activity in locations where human access was impossible. Small things, easily dismissed as fatigue or tricks of early morning light, but collectively, they suggested that the wilderness areas I study contain phenomena that don't fit the scientific frameworks I was trained to use. 6 months later, I requested transfer to a different research area. I told my supervisors I was interested in studying different habitat types, expanding my expertise beyond the North Cascades ecosystem. I never mentioned that I'd become uncomfortable working alone in areas where reality seemed less reliable than it should have been. But I think about that family more often than I probably should. I think about 4 people having breakfast at a picnic table that couldn't have existed, wearing clothes from different decades, responding to my presence with smiles and waves before vanishing completely. I think about the possibility that some wilderness areas hold impressions of past events, echoes of things that happened in specific locations during specific time periods, places where logging, accidents, or family tragedies leave behind traces that occasionally become visible to people who happen to be in the right place at the right time. Or maybe I think about the possibility that I spent too many mornings alone in remote locations, observing natural phenomena until my mind started creating human presence where none existed. Maybe dawn surveys in isolated areas can trigger hallucinations or false memories, especially when you're focused on detecting movement and identifying species. Both explanations trouble me in different ways. Either the wilderness contains phenomena that science can't measure or explain, or my 12 years of fieldwork had compromised my ability to distinguish between observation and imagination. I still work in wildlife biology, still conduct population surveys and habitat monitoring, but I work different areas now, with different protocols that involve more human contact and less solitary time in remote locations. And I avoid dawn surveys when possible. Because there's something about that transition time between night and day, when light is uncertain and shadows create shapes that might or might not be there, that makes me question what I'm actually seeing. False dawn is the period before true sunrise, when scattered light creates the illusion of approaching daylight. It's a time when things appear real but aren't quite real yet, when observation becomes unreliable, and phenomena exist at the edges of what's possible. I've learned that some encounters happen during false dawn, in that space between darkness and clarity, where families can have breakfast at tables that don't exist, wearing clothes from decades past, smiling and waving at observers who might or might not be seeing what they think they're seeing. And sometimes, the most honest thing a scientist can do is admit that not everything we observe can be measured, recorded, or explained through the methods we've been trained to trust. My name is Steve Morrison. I've been a trail crew leader with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department for 16 years, supervising maintenance and repair work in state forest areas throughout the Willamette Valley region. It's practical work that combines problem solving with physical labor, keeping trail systems safe and accessible for the thousands of people who use them every year. Most of the job involves routine maintenance, clearing fallen trees after storms, repairing erosion damage, replacing aging infrastructure like bridges and boardwalks. We work from a system of work orders that prioritize projects based on safety concerns, visitor impact, and available resources. The paperwork side of the job is straightforward. Work orders come in through the district office, get assigned priority codes, and go into our scheduling system. When a project is completed, we file a completion report with details about materials used, time spent, and any additional issues that might need future attention. It's a system that's worked efficiently for as long as I've been doing this job. Clear communication, documented procedures, accountability for public resources. Everything gets recorded. Everything gets verified. Everything gets filed properly. But there was one series of work orders that challenged everything I thought I understood about how our bureaucratic systems function. One trail that kept generating repair requests for problems that didn't exist, creating a paper trail that led to questions I couldn't answer. It started in late April of 2023. I received a work order for bridge repair on the Moonrise Trail, a moderately popular hiking route about 12 miles east of Salem. The order indicated structural damage to the main creek crossing, priority level 3, requesting immediate assessment and repair. The Moonrise Trail was familiar territory. I'd worked on that trail system multiple times over the years, knew the terrain and infrastructure well. The bridge in question was a simple but sturdy wooden structure built about 8 years earlier, designed to handle normal foot traffic and weather exposure. I loaded my truck with standard bridge repair supplies and hiked out to assess the damage. The trail was in good condition, showing normal spring usage, but no signs of unusual wear or storm damage. When I reached the creek crossing, I found the bridge in perfect condition. Not just functional, but perfect. The wooden planks were solid. The support structure showed no signs of stress or weathering. The handrails were secure and properly maintained. There was absolutely nothing that required repair or even routine maintenance. I documented the bridge's condition with photographs and filed a completion report indicating that no repair work was necessary. Sometimes work orders get generated based on outdated information or misidentified locations. It happens, especially when reports come from hikers who might not be familiar with trail markers or GPS coordinates. 2 weeks later, I received another work order for the same bridge. Different supervisor's signature, different priority code, but the same location and the same reported structural damage requiring immediate attention. I called the supervisor whose name was on the order, Lisa Martinez from the district office. She had no record of submitting any work request for Moonrise Trail. According to her files, there hadn't been any maintenance requests for that trail system in over 6 months. But the work order was in our system, properly formatted, carrying the correct authorization codes. Someone with administrative access had generated the request, even if Lisa had no memory of doing so. I hiked out to the bridge again. Same result. Perfect condition, no maintenance required, no explanation for why repair orders were being generated for infrastructure that didn't need attention. Over the next 3 months, I received 7 more work orders for the Moonrise Trail Bridge. Different supervisors, different priority levels, different descriptions of the alleged damage, structural integrity concerns, weather damage, vandalism, safety hazards requiring immediate response. Each time, I'd verify the work order through official channels. Each time, the supervisor whose name appeared on the order had no record of submitting it. Each time, I'd hike out to find the bridge in perfect condition. But the orders kept coming, and they were all properly formatted with correct authorization codes. They appeared in our scheduling system just like any other legitimate maintenance request. They generated the same paperwork, followed the same approval process, carried the same legal authority as any other work order. By July, I'd started to dread seeing Moonrise Trail requests in my weekly assignment. Not because the work was difficult, but because each trip out there confirmed that something was fundamentally wrong with our administrative systems. I started documenting everything more carefully. Screenshots of work orders, photographs of the bridge from multiple angles, detailed notes about communication with supervisors. I wanted a paper trail that would help explain what was causing these erroneous requests. The pattern was becoming clear. Work orders for Moonrise Trail Bridge repair appeared every 2 to 3 weeks, always carrying different authorization signatures, always describing damage that didn't exist. The requests came through proper channels but couldn't be verified by the people whose names appeared on them. In August, I decided to check the completion reports I'd been filing for these non-existent repairs. I wanted to review my own documentation, make sure I was being consistent in my reporting of the bridge's actual condition. That's when I found something that changed everything I thought I understood about what was happening. There were completion reports filed under my name for repair work I'd never performed, detailed descriptions of bridge maintenance, lists of materials used, time logs showing multiple days of labor on projects that had never happened. According to the official records, I had replaced damaged planking on 3 separate occasions, rebuilt support structures twice, and performed extensive safety upgrades that would have required equipment I'd never transported to the site. The reports were filed under my employee identification number, carrying my electronic signature, documenting work that I had no memory of performing. I called the administrative office to report what appeared to be a serious clerical error. Someone was filing false completion reports using my authorization, creating records of work that hadn't been done with materials that hadn't been used. The response was immediate and bureaucratic. An investigation would be opened, my access to the filing system would be temporarily suspended, and I would need to provide detailed explanations for any discrepancies in my work reports. But when investigators reviewed the electronic records, they found something I couldn't explain. The completion reports had been filed from my computer terminal during hours when I was logged into the system, with digital signatures that matched my established authorization patterns. According to the computer records, I had filed those reports myself. I was called in for a disciplinary meeting to discuss what appeared to be fraudulent reporting of completed work. The evidence suggested I had been claiming to perform maintenance that never occurred, potentially misusing public resources and violating state employment regulations. I tried to explain about the work orders that couldn't be verified, the supervisors, who had no record of submitting requests, the bridge that never needed the repairs it was allegedly receiving. But my explanation sounded increasingly paranoid as I described a conspiracy involving falsified paperwork and impossible bureaucratic processes. The investigation concluded that I had been suffering from work-related stress that had led to confusion about my job responsibilities. The recommendation was counseling, closer supervision, and transfer to a different district where I could have a fresh start with less demanding assignments. I accepted the transfer rather than face termination, but I never stopped thinking about those Moonrise Trail work orders. I never figured out who was generating requests for bridge repairs or why the system was producing completion reports for work I'd never done. 6 months later, I learned that my replacement had been receiving similar work orders, requests for bridge repair on Moonrise Trail, always describing damage that didn't exist, always carrying authorization signatures that couldn't be verified. The new trail crew leader had stopped responding to Moonrise Trail requests after the third identical work order. He'd marked them as clerical errors and moved on to other projects that made more sense. But the work orders continued to be generated. Every 2 to 3 weeks, the system produced another request for bridge maintenance on a trail, where the bridge remained in perfect condition. I tried to contact other trail crew leaders who might have worked that area in previous years, see if anyone else had experienced similar issues with erroneous work orders or unexplained completion reports. What I found was troubling. Over the past 5 years, 3 different crew leaders had reported problems with Moonrise Trail work orders. All had experienced the same pattern of repair requests for damage that didn't exist. All had eventually been transferred to different districts after administrative concerns about their reliability. I started to wonder if there was something about that specific trail, that specific bridge, that was somehow generating false paperwork through our administrative systems. Some kind of bureaucratic ghost that kept requesting maintenance for infrastructure that was functioning perfectly. Or maybe I started to wonder if the work was actually being performed, and I was somehow losing time, losing memory of days spent repairing a bridge that I only remembered seeing in perfect condition. The completion reports filed under my name were detailed, technically accurate, describing repair procedures I was qualified to perform, with materials I was authorized to use. They read like reports I might have written if I'd actually done the work they described. But I had no memory of writing them, no memory of performing the work, no memory of the time periods when the repairs allegedly occurred. I never returned to Moonrise Trail after my transfer. I work different areas now, maintain different infrastructure, file completion reports for work I can remember performing. But I think about that bridge more often than I probably should. I think about work orders that appear in official systems but can't be verified by the people who supposedly submitted them. I think about completion reports filed under my name for work I never remember doing. I think about a bureaucratic process that seemed to be operating independently of the people who were supposed to be operating it. Most of all, I think about the possibility that there are aspects of our job responsibilities that exist outside our conscious awareness. Tasks we perform, paperwork we file, work we complete during time periods we can't account for. Because if I really was filing those completion reports, if I really was performing bridge maintenance work that I couldn't remember, then maybe the problem wasn't with the administrative system. Maybe the problem was with my understanding of what I was actually doing during those trips to Moonrise Trail. Maybe I was repairing a bridge that needed constant maintenance, filing reports for work that was necessary and real, responding to legitimate work orders that addressed ongoing structural problems. And maybe I was just seeing what I expected to see when I looked at a bridge that appeared to be in perfect condition but was actually requiring regular repair work that I performed and documented and forgot as soon as it was finished. The work orders stopped coming after I was transferred. But I wonder if that's because the bridge finally received all the maintenance it needed, or because someone else is taking care of it now. Someone who might not remember the work they're doing any better than I remembered the work I was apparently doing. Someone who might be filing completion reports for bridge repairs they have no conscious memory of performing. responding to work orders they can't verify, maintaining infrastructure that appears perfect but somehow requires constant attention. Because some jobs, I've learned, involve responsibilities that extend beyond what we can consciously track or remember. Some bridges need maintenance that gets performed regardless of whether the workers remember performing it. And some trails generate their own paperwork, their own work orders, their own completion reports, independent of the administrative systems we think we're operating. My name is Amanda Foster. I've been a research biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for 13 years, specializing in raptor population studies and migration pattern analysis. Most of my work involves tracking tagged birds of prey across their seasonal ranges, collecting data that helps us understand how climate change and habitat loss affect migration routes and breeding success. The tracking technology has evolved significantly during my career. Modern GPS transmitters are small enough to attach to birds without affecting their flight behavior, sophisticated enough to provide location data, accurate to within a few meters, and reliable enough to transmit for months or even years, depending on battery life and environmental conditions. The work requires analyzing thousands of data points, looking for patterns that reveal how individual birds navigate across continental distances. It's methodical, scientific work that combines field research with computer analysis, creating databases that help inform conservation policies and habitat protection decisions. But there was one tracking study that produced data I couldn't interpret, using any scientific framework I'd been trained to apply. One bird whose movement patterns challenged everything I thought I understood about the physical limitations of flight and the reliability of GPS technology. The study began in March of 2022. We were tracking red-tailed hawks across their spring migration from wintering grounds in Mexico to breeding territories in the northern United States and Canada. It was part of a multi-year project documenting how climate variations affect migration timing and route selection. The hawk in question was designated as bird RT-473, a mature female we'd captured and tagged near Corpus Christi, Texas. The transmitter was a standard GPS unit weighing about 18 grams, designed to record location data every hour during daylight and transmit the information to our satellite network every 12 hours. For the first 3 weeks, RT-473 behaved exactly as expected. She moved north through Texas and Oklahoma at a steady pace, averaging about 40 miles per day, following river corridors and taking advantage of thermal updrafts typical for red-tailed hawk migration pattern. The data showed normal flight behavior, altitudes between 500 and 3,000 feet, movement patterns consistent with hunting and roosting cycles, occasional weather delays when storm systems forced temporary stops. But on April 14th, something changed in the tracking data that made no sense according to any natural behavior I'd ever documented. At 10:23 in the morning, RT-473 was recorded at coordinates, placing her near Wichita, Kansas, flying at an altitude of 1,200 feet. 1 hour later, the GPS showed her at the same coordinates, but at an altitude of 31,000 feet. 31,000 feet is above the cruising altitude of commercial aircraft. It's well beyond the physiological limits of any bird species, a height where the atmosphere is too thin to support normal respiration or flight mechanics. I assumed it was a GPS error. Satellite signals can sometimes bounce off atmospheric conditions or be affected by equipment malfunction, creating false readings that don't reflect actual bird locations. But the next data transmission made the situation even more confusing. At 12:23 p.m., RT-473 was simultaneously recorded at 3 different locations. The GPS coordinates placed her near Topeka, Kansas, outside Denver, Colorado, and in the Texas Panhandle near Amarillo. The distances between these locations ranged from 300 to 600 miles. Even if a red-tailed hawk could fly at highway speeds, which they can't, It would be impossible to be in three places at the same time. I checked the transmitter specifications and satellite network logs, looking for technical explanations for the impossible data. GPS equipment occasionally malfunctions, especially when exposed to extreme temperatures or physical stress. But the transmitter was still sending signals on schedule, with battery levels and system diagnostics all showing normal operation. Over the next week, the tracking data became increasingly bizarre. RT-473 was recorded moving at speeds exceeding 200 miles per hour, appearing simultaneously in multiple states, and showing altitude readings that ranged from 30 feet below ground level to over 40,000 feet above sea level. On April 21st, the GPS recorded her moving through solid rock formations in the Rocky Mountains. The coordinates placed her inside mountain peaks, traveling in straight lines through terrain where no living creature could survive. The most disturbing data came on April 23rd. For 6 consecutive hours, RT-473 was recorded at coordinates that placed her underground, moving through the Earth at depths ranging from 50 to 300 feet below the surface. The transmitter continued sending signals from these underground locations, indicating normal battery function and satellite connectivity. But the recorded positions suggested the bird was somehow traveling through soil and bedrock at consistent speeds and depths. I consulted with equipment manufacturers and GPS specialists, trying to understand what kind of technical malfunction could produce such impossible location data. But the consensus was that while GPS errors could create inaccurate readings, they typically involved small measurement discrepancies, not the kind of systematically impossible data I was documenting. By early May, I'd begun to question whether RT-473 was still alive. The tracking data suggested movement patterns that no living bird could execute, positions that would be fatal to any biological organism, speeds and altitudes that defied the basic physics of flight. But the transmitter continued operating, sending regular data transmissions that maintained the same impossible patterns. Underground movement, extreme altitude readings, simultaneous appearances in multiple locations, separated by hundreds of miles. On May 15th, all transmissions from RT-473 stopped. The GPS unit went offline without any preceding indication of equipment failure or battery depletion. According to the technical specifications, the transmitter should have continued operating for at least 6 more months. I filed a report documenting the equipment malfunction and recommending investigation by the manufacturer. The data was clearly corrupted, useless for migration analysis, but potentially valuable for identifying technical problems that might affect other tracking studies. But I kept monitoring the satellite network for any resumed transmissions from RT-473. Sometimes, GPS units will come back online after temporary failures, especially if they've been affected by weather events or brief equipment malfunctions. 2 months later, in July, RT-473 began transmitting again. The signals were coming from a location near Flagstaff, Arizona, approximately 800 miles southwest of the last recorded position in Colorado. The coordinates were precise, the signal strength was strong, and the transmitter diagnostics indicated normal operation. But the location made no sense in terms of red-tailed hawk migration patterns. Arizona in July would be well outside the normal seasonal range for a bird that should have been in northern breeding territories by that time of year. I contacted our field research partners in Arizona to investigate the transmitter location. If RT-473 had died and the GPS unit had somehow been separated from the bird, we needed to recover the equipment and determine what had happened. The field team located the transmitter coordinates using handheld GPS units and metal detectors. They found RT-473's transmitter buried 3 feet underground in a remote section of Coconino National Forest. The GPS unit was still functioning, still sending regular location data, still indicating normal battery levels. But it was buried in undisturbed soil, with no evidence of any animal activity or human disturbance in the area. The transmitter had been underground for an unknown period of time, yet continued operating as if it were attached to a living bird. The burial location showed no signs of a crash site, no bird remains, no explanation for how a tracking device had ended up 3 feet below the surface. Most troubling was the soil analysis around the burial site. The earth showed no signs of recent disturbance, no evidence that anything had been buried there recently. The soil layers were consistent with natural sedimentation over a period of years, not months. According to geological analysis, the transmitter appeared to have been underground for significantly longer than the 2 months since it had stopped transmitting from Colorado. I reviewed the entire tracking record for RT-473, from the initial capture in Texas through the final recovery in Arizona. The data showed 47 days of normal migration behavior, followed by 6 weeks of impossible movement patterns. Then 2 months of silence before resuming transmission from an underground location the bird had never visited. The manufacturer's analysis of the recovered transmitter found no evidence of equipment malfunction. All systems had operated within normal parameters throughout the tracking period. The GPS coordinates, altitude readings, and movement speeds were accurately recorded and transmitted according to the device's programming. But the data represented movement patterns that were physically impossible for any bird species, recorded positions that would be fatal to any living organism, and a final location that defied explanation through any natural process. The official report classified the incident as equipment malfunction with unknown cause. The tracking data was excluded from migration analysis databases due to obvious technical errors. The study continued with data from other tagged birds that showed normal, interpretable movement patterns. But I kept copies of RT-473's complete tracking record. I studied the data periodically, looking for patterns that might explain what had happened during those 6 weeks of impossible readings. The movement data showed a consistency that seemed deliberate rather than random. The extreme altitudes followed mathematical progressions. The underground coordinates traced geometric patterns through the earth. The simultaneous multi-state appearances occurred at regular intervals. It was as if something had taken control of the transmitter and was using it to document a type of movement that had nothing to do with bird migration, nothing to do with biological behavior, nothing to do with the physical world as we understand it. I never reported my analysis of these patterns. What would I say? That a red-tailed hawk had somehow transcended the laws of physics? That GPS technology had accurately recorded impossible movement through solid matter and extreme altitudes? Instead, I continued working on normal migration studies, tracking birds that flew at reasonable altitudes through navigable airspace, producing data that fit within established scientific framework. But I think about RT-473 more often than I probably should. I think about 6 weeks of tracking data that documented travel through spaces where no living creature could survive. I think about a transmitter buried 3 feet underground, still sending signals, still reporting its location as if attached to a bird that continued to exist somewhere beyond our understanding. I think about the possibility that migration patterns include routes we can't map, destinations we can't identify, movement through dimensions that GPS technology can detect, but biological science can't explain. Because somewhere in our databases, we have accurate documentation of 47 days of normal red-tailed hawk migration, followed by 6 weeks of travel through impossible spaces. Movement patterns that were precisely recorded by reliable equipment, transmitted through verified satellite networks, and stored in permanent scientific records. Evidence that migration might include journeys that extend beyond the physical world, paths that connect breeding territories to places that exist outside our normal understanding of geography and physics. RT-473 taught me that some birds follow migration routes that lead through spaces where the rules of flight don't apply, where altitudes and speeds exceed biological limits, where underground travel becomes possible for creatures that were designed to navigate the sky. And sometimes our tracking technology documents these impossible journeys with perfect accuracy, creating scientific records of movement patterns that science can't explain or accept. But the data exists: precise coordinates, exact timestamps, verified equipment function, 47 days of normal hawk behavior, followed by 6 weeks of impossible travel, ending with a transmitter buried underground in a location that had never been visited. Migration patterns that suggest some birds know routes through the world that we haven't discovered yet. Paths that connect the places we can map to places that exist only in the spaces between our understanding. My name is Carlos Rivera. I've been a park guide with Colorado State Parks for 11 years, working primarily visitor services at Cherry Creek State Park outside Denver. It's public-facing work that involves helping visitors navigate park facilities, providing information about recreational opportunities, and ensuring people have safe, enjoyable experiences in our outdoor spaces. Most of the job is straightforward: answering questions about camping reservations, providing trail maps, explaining park regulations, helping people who've gotten turned around or need assistance with their vehicles. During busy seasons, I might interact with hundreds of visitors each day. Each encounter brief but important for maintaining the park's reputation for hospitality and safety. The work brings me into contact with all kinds of people: families planning weekend camping trips, serious hikers preparing for backcountry adventures, first-time visitors who need basic orientation to outdoor recreation. After 11 years, I've learned to quickly assess what people need and provide appropriate assistance without unnecessary delays. But there was one encounter that was different from any visitor interaction I'd experienced before. One conversation that raised questions about time, memory, and what's possible when people are looking for places that no longer exist. It was a Thursday evening in late September of 2023. I was working the evening shift at the main visitor center, scheduled until 8 p.m. to assist campers checking in for the weekend and provide information to people arriving after regular business hours. The center was quiet. September is shoulder season, with fewer visitors than summer months, but still busy enough to justify extended hours. I was updating weekend activity schedules when a couple approached the information desk. They appeared to be in their 50s, dressed in casual outdoor clothing that looked well-used but well-maintained. The woman carried a folder of what appeared to be reservation confirmations and park brochures. The man had a road atlas open to Colorado State Park maps. "Excuse me," the woman said. "We're looking for directions to Ponderosa Campground. We have reservations for tonight, but we seem to have gotten turned around." I recognized the name immediately, though it took me a moment to process why it was problematic. Ponderosa Campground had been part of the Cherry Creek State Park system until the early 2000s, when it was permanently closed due to environmental concerns and budget constraints. "I'm sorry," I said, "but Ponderosa Campground has been closed for about 20 years. Are you sure your reservations aren't for one of our current campground areas?" The woman looked confused and opened her folder. She showed me a printed confirmation that appeared to be an official Colorado State Parks reservation document. The header looked correct. The formatting was consistent with our standard paperwork, and it clearly indicated a confirmed reservation for Ponderosa Campground. But the dates were current. The reservation was for that evening, September 28th, 2023, for a campsite that hadn't existed since 2003. "This is definitely what we booked," she said. "We made the reservation 3 months ago, paid the deposit, received the confirmation. Everything went through normally." I looked at the documents more carefully. The reservation confirmation included all the standard information: site number, check-in procedures, campground facilities, contact information for park services. It looked legitimate in every detail, except for the fundamental problem that it was for a facility that no longer existed. "I think there might be some confusion," I said. "Let me check our current reservation system and see if we can figure out what happened." I pulled up our campground booking database and searched for their names. No reservations found. I checked for similar names, alternative spellings, different date ranges. Nothing matched the information on their confirmation documents. "When did you say you made this reservation?" I asked. "June," the man replied. We called the main reservation line, spoke with someone in your office. She was very helpful, explained all the campground amenities, confirmed the site had electrical hookups for our RV. Ponderosa Campground had never had electrical hookups. It had been a primitive camping area designed for tent camping and basic RV sites without power or water connections. But I didn't want to argue with visitors who clearly believed they had legitimate reservations. Sometimes there are administrative errors, miscommunications, or computer problems that create confusion about bookings. Let me contact our reservation office and see if they have any record of your booking, I said. In the meantime, I can check availability in our current campground areas and see if we can find you a site for tonight. While I was making phone calls, I noticed the couple examining a detailed map of the park that showed Ponderosa Campground in its original location. The map appeared to be current, with contemporary formatting and updated information about park facilities and regulations. But it included campground areas that had been closed for decades, showed roads that no longer existed, and listed amenities that had never been available at Cherry Creek State Park. When I finished my calls, I had no better explanation for their situation. The reservation office had no record of any bookings for Ponderosa Campground, no record of phone conversations about electrical hookups, and no record of the couple's names in any reservation system. I'm afraid there's been some kind of error, I said. We don't have any record of your reservation, and the campground you're looking for has been closed since 2003. But I can offer you a site in one of our active campground areas at no additional charge. The couple looked at each other, then back at their reservation documents. They seemed genuinely puzzled rather than angry or argumentative. Are you sure about the closure date? The woman asked. We camped at Ponderosa just a few years ago. It was a lovely area, very peaceful, great facilities. I'd been working at Cherry Creek State Park since 2012, 9 years after Ponderosa's closure. But I'd reviewed the park's history during my training, knew about the former campground areas, and the reasons for their closure. I'm certain, I said. The area was closed for environmental restoration and hasn't been available for camping since the early 2000s. The man thanked me for the information and said they'd need to discuss their options. They asked for directions to the general area where Ponderosa Campground used to be located, saying they wanted to see what had happened to it. I provided basic directions to the old access road, though I mentioned that the area was no longer maintained for vehicle access and might not be safe for driving, especially in the evening. They thanked me again, gathered their reservation documents, and left the visitor center. Through the window, I watched them get into a sedan with temporary license plates. The car looked well-maintained, but older, maybe from the late 80s or early 90s. I thought about their situation for the rest of my shift. Somehow they'd obtained official-looking reservation documents for a campground that didn't exist, made payments through a system that had no record of their transaction, and received confirmation for facilities that had been closed for 20 years. The next morning, I decided to check the old Ponderosa campground area during my regular patrol. I wanted to see if the couple had found their way there, whether they'd attempted to camp in the closed area or if they'd simply driven around and left when they realized the facilities were no longer available. The access road to the former campground was overgrown and barely passable, marked with signs indicating the area was closed to public access. I followed it for about half a mile until I reached what had once been the entrance to Ponderosa Campground. The area showed clear signs of abandonment, concrete pads where facilities had once stood, overgrown roads leading to former campsites, remnants of utility infrastructure that had been removed during the closure process. But there were fresh tire tracks leading from the entrance road to the ruins of what had been the campground's visitor center. The tracks were clear, recent, consistent with a passenger vehicle that had driven slowly through the area. The tracks led directly to the concrete foundation, where the visitor center had stood, then stopped. No evidence the vehicle had turned around, no indication it had continued to other areas of the former campground. The tire tracks simply ended at the foundation, as if the car had disappeared rather than driving away. I searched the area thoroughly, looking for any sign of where the vehicle might have gone. There were no other tire tracks, No broken vegetation indicating off-road driving. No evidence that a car had left the area by any route other than the main access road. But there were also no signs that anyone had camped there. No trash, no disturbed vegetation, no evidence that people had spent time in the area recently. I followed the access road back to the main park road, checking for tire tracks that might indicate the couple had found an alternative exit route. Nothing. The only fresh vehicle sign was the tracks leading to the abandoned visitor center foundation. I filed a report about unauthorized vehicle access to the closed campground area, but didn't mention the couple's visit to my office or their impossible reservation documents. What would I say? That visitors had somehow obtained current reservations for a facility that had been closed for 20 years? But I kept thinking about their reservation confirmation, their detailed knowledge of campground amenities that had never existed, their casual familiarity with an area they claimed to have visited recently. I started researching the history of Ponderosa Campground more thoroughly, looking for any information that might explain how someone could have current reservations for a closed facility. What I found was troubling. Ponderosa Campground had closed in 2003, following a series of incidents that were never fully explained. Over a 2-year period, 3 separate families had reported unusual experiences while camping there. Equipment that disappeared overnight, voices heard from empty campsites, the sensation of being watched by someone who was never seen. The incidents were documented but not investigated in detail. Park management attributed them to wildlife activity and normal wilderness experiences. But the closure decision was made abruptly, without the usual environmental studies or budget reviews. The area was simply declared off-limits to camping, with all facilities removed and access roads closed within 6 months. The official reason given was habitat restoration, but there was no documentation of any environmental damage that required restoration. The area had been in use for camping without problems for over 30 years before the sudden closure. I never found any explanation for how the couple had obtained reservation documents for Ponderosa Campground, or what had happened to their vehicle after it reached the abandoned visitor center foundation. But I started paying closer attention to visitors who seemed confused about park facilities, people who asked about amenities or areas that didn't match current park offerings. Over the past year, I've encountered 7 other visitors who've asked about Ponderosa Campground. All carried reservation documents that appeared legitimate. All had paid deposits through systems that showed no record of their transactions. All left the visitor center with directions to the old campground area. None of them were ever seen again, but their vehicles left tire tracks that led to the abandoned foundation and stopped, with no evidence of departure or explanation for where they'd gone. I've learned to redirect these inquiries, offer alternative accommodations, avoid giving directions to areas that officially don't exist anymore. But I wonder about the people who made reservations for a campground that closed 20 years ago, who carry current confirmation documents for facilities that were removed decades earlier. I wonder if they're trying to visit a place that existed when they first discovered it, trying to return to campsites they remember from years past, unaware that time has moved forward, while their memories remained fixed on experiences that can no longer be repeated. Because sometimes people make reservations for places that exist only in their memories, carry confirmation documents for facilities that operated according to different rules in different times. And sometimes those reservations are honored by systems that remember what used to be possible, even when current reality no longer supports those possibilities. Ponderosa Campground closed in 2003. But apparently, some people are still able to book sites there, still able to receive confirmation documents, pay deposits, and follow directions to places that existed before the closure. Places where their vehicles arrive and park at abandoned foundations, leaving tire tracks that end without explanation, as if some visitors are able to complete check-in procedures that the rest of us can no longer observe. My name is Bryce Coleman. I've been a wildlife technician with the Montana Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for 8 years. working primarily on remote monitoring systems for large mammal population studies. Most of my job involves installing and maintaining motion-activated cameras in backcountry locations, equipment that helps us track wildlife movement patterns and population dynamics across vast areas of wilderness. The work requires extensive travel to remote locations, often involving multi-day backpacking trips to install cameras in areas where vehicle access is impossible. It's solitary, technical work that combines outdoor skills with equipment maintenance, creating networks of monitoring stations that operate for months without human contact. Each installation follows strict protocols. GPS coordinates are logged, equipment serial numbers are recorded, installation procedures are documented with photographs. Everything gets filed in our database system to ensure we can locate and maintain the equipment throughout its operational lifespan. But there was one series of installations that challenged everything I thought I understood about my own work responsibilities. One set of cameras that documented work I couldn't remember performing in locations I had no record of visiting. It started during routine maintenance checks in September of 2023. I was reviewing footage from cameras I'd installed the previous spring, downloading memory cards and checking equipment function as part of our standard monitoring protocols. Most of the footage was routine wildlife activity: elk moving through meadows, black bears investigating camera locations, mountain lions passing through during nighttime hunts, standard documentation that would be analyzed for population studies and habitat use patterns. But when I reviewed footage from camera station RW12, I found something that made no sense according to my installation records. The camera showed clear footage of someone installing the equipment, a person in standard issue work clothing, using proper tools and following correct procedures. The installation process was methodical, professional, exactly how the work should be performed. The person in the footage was me. I recognized my movements, my work habits, my approach to equipment installation. The video showed me mounting the camera, adjusting the angle, testing the motion sensor, and completing all the standard setup procedures. But according to my records, I had never been to that location. I checked my installation logs for camera station RW12. The GPS coordinates placed it in a remote section of the Absaroka Range, about 40 miles from the nearest road access. According to my documentation, that camera had been installed by a contractor during a previous field season, not by department staff. But the footage clearly showed me performing the installation work, using equipment that matched our current inventory, following procedures that matched our current protocols. I reviewed the timestamp on the installation footage. The date was from the previous May, during a period when I'd been working other areas according to my field schedule. I checked my work logs for that specific week and found assignments that placed me in completely different locations, over 100 miles away. There was no way I could have been installing camera station RW12 while simultaneously working assignments in other parts of the state. I contacted my supervisor, Janet Rodriguez, to report what appeared to be an error in our equipment records. If I had actually installed RW12, there should be work orders, travel authorizations, and equipment checkout records documenting the assignment. Janet checked our administrative files, but found no paperwork authorizing me to work in the Absaroka Range during the time period shown in the footage. According to official records, I'd never been assigned to that area, never been issued equipment for installations at those coordinates, but she confirmed that camera station RW12 was indeed part of our monitoring network. The equipment was registered to our department. The installation appeared professional and correctly executed, and the camera had been producing valuable wildlife data for months. "Are you sure you didn't work that area?" she asked. "Maybe there was an emergency assignment that didn't get properly documented." I reviewed my personal calendar, my mileage logs, my equipment checkout records. Everything confirmed that I'd been working other locations during the time period when RW12 was allegedly installed. But I couldn't explain the footage showing me performing work I had no memory of doing. Janet suggested I review footage from other cameras to see if there were similar documentation issues. If our record keeping had problems, We needed to identify the extent of the discrepancies. Over the next week, I systematically reviewed installation footage from all cameras in our monitoring network. Most showed the expected results. Equipment installed by the people assigned to those locations. Work performed according to schedule. Documentation that matched our administrative records. But I found 4 other cameras that showed me performing installation work at locations I'd never visited. Camera station RW18, installed during a weekend when I'd been attending a family wedding in Billings. Camera station RW23, installed on a Tuesday when my work logs showed I'd been in the office completing paperwork. Camera station RW31, installed during a period when I'd been on vacation visiting my parents in Idaho. Each installation followed identical procedures. I appeared focused, methodical, professional. The work was performed correctly. Equipment was properly configured. All standard protocols were followed. But I had no memory of any of these installations. No record of traveling to any of these locations. No explanation for how I could have been in multiple places simultaneously. I documented everything with screenshots and detailed notes, then scheduled a meeting with Janet to discuss what appeared to be serious record-keeping problems or possible equipment malfunction. "This doesn't make sense," Janet said after reviewing my findings. "These cameras are all producing good data. They're all properly installed. But according to our records, you shouldn't have been at any of these locations." She contacted the IT department to investigate possible database errors or timestamp problems with the camera equipment. Maybe the installation footage was somehow mislabeled, showing work performed by other technicians but recorded under incorrect file names. But the technical analysis confirmed that the timestamps were accurate, the camera serial numbers matched our inventory records, and the footage showed genuine installation work performed by someone who appeared to be me. "Could you have been sleepwalking?" Janet asked during our follow-up meeting. "Or experiencing some kind of medical episode that affected your memory?" I'd considered those possibilities, but the logistics made them impossible. The camera locations were 40 to 60 miles from my home, requiring multi-day backpacking trips with specialized equipment. Sleep disorders don't typically involve complex technical work performed in remote wilderness areas. Janet decided to check with other staff members to see if anyone had worked with me on assignments I couldn't remember. Maybe I'd been assisting with installations but hadn't been the primary technician responsible for documentation. But none of my coworkers had any record of working with me in the Absaroka range. No one remembered accompanying me on trips to install RW12, RW18, RW23, or RW31. According to everyone else's records, I'd been exactly where my official logs indicated during all the time periods when the mystery installations occurred. The investigation continued for 2 months. Janet contacted equipment manufacturers to investigate possible technical problems with timestamp functions. She reviewed personnel records to check for other technicians who might resemble me in camera footage. She consulted with medical professionals about conditions that could cause memory loss related to work activities. No explanations emerged that accounted for footage showing me performing work I couldn't remember at locations I'd never officially visited. The final report classified the incident as a record-keeping discrepancy with unknown cause. The cameras were functioning properly, the wildlife data was valuable, and the installations appeared professional, regardless of who had actually performed the work. But I was quietly transferred to different duties that involved less remote fieldwork and more office-based analysis. Janet said it was a routine rotation to expand my skill set, but I understood it was really about concerns regarding my reliability for solo assignments in remote areas. I never figured out what happened during those installation periods I couldn't remember, but I started paying closer attention to my daily routine, looking for gaps in time or memory that might explain how I could be performing work without conscious awareness. I found more discrepancies than I expected. Periods when my GPS tracker showed movement I couldn't recall, equipment checkout records for gear I didn't remember using, mileage on my vehicle that didn't match my travel logs, small inconsistencies that might be explained by normal forgetfulness or administrative errors, but collectively, They suggested that I was regularly performing activities that existed outside my conscious memory. I consulted with a medical specialist about possible sleep disorders or neurological conditions that could affect memory formation. The tests came back normal. No evidence of medical problems that would explain gaps in memory or periods of unconscious activity. But the specialist mentioned that some people experience dissociative states during periods of extreme stress or routine work activities, conditions where consciousness becomes fragmented, allowing complex tasks to be performed without forming clear memories of the experience. That explanation felt more disturbing than any medical diagnosis. The possibility that I was regularly entering states where I could perform technical work, travel to remote locations, and follow complex protocols while operating outside normal conscious awareness. I still work for the department, still maintain monitoring equipment, and analyze wildlife data. But I work different areas now, closer to roads, with better communication systems, and more frequent contact with other staff members. And I think about those camera installations more often than I probably should. I think about footage showing me performing work I couldn't remember, following procedures I couldn't recall, traveling to locations that existed outside my conscious experience. I think about the possibility that some of our job responsibilities operate at levels of awareness we don't normally access. Tasks that get performed during states of consciousness that don't create conventional memories. Work that happens in the spaces between what we think we're doing and what we actually accomplish. Because somewhere in the Montana wilderness, there are 5 research cameras that I installed during time periods I can't account for. Equipment that's producing valuable wildlife data, professionally mounted and properly configured, documented by footage showing me performing work I have no memory of doing. Evidence that some of our responsibilities extend beyond conscious awareness. That technical work can be completed during states of mind that operate independently of normal memory formation. Camera station RW12 is still collecting data, still monitoring wildlife movement in areas I've never officially visited, still documenting the natural world through equipment I installed during a time period that exists only in video footage and administrative databases. And sometimes, when I'm reviewing wildlife footage from cameras I know I installed consciously, I find myself wondering if there are other installations I performed during states of awareness I can't access or remember. Other cameras documenting wilderness areas I've visited without knowing, equipment I've maintained during periods when my consciousness was operating according to different rules than the ones I normally experience. Because if I could install 5 research cameras during time periods I can't remember, then maybe there are other responsibilities I'm fulfilling during states of awareness that don't create memories I can access. Maybe some of our most important work happens during the times we can't account for, performed by aspects of ourselves that operate independently of conscious direction or memory formation. Work that gets done regardless of whether we remember doing it, documented by cameras that watch us perform tasks we have no recollection of completing. My name is Patricia Young. I've been a seasonal ranger with the National Park Service for 14 years, working summers at Glacier National Park in Montana. Part of my administrative responsibilities involves conducting exit interviews with seasonal employees and volunteers who are ending their assignment, collecting feedback about their experiences, and ensuring all park property is returned. It's routine paperwork that helps us improve our seasonal programs and maintain accountability for equipment and access credentials. Most exit interviews are straightforward conversations about work assignments, training effectiveness, and suggestions for program improvements. The interviews typically last about 30 minutes and cover standard topics. What went well during the assignment? What could be improved? Whether the person would be interested in returning for future seasons. I document their responses and collect any park property they've been issued, including uniforms, radios, and access keys. But there was one exit interview that raised questions I've never been able to answer. One conversation that revealed gaps in our record-keeping systems that shouldn't have been possible given our administrative procedures. It was late August in 2023, near the end of the summer season, when most seasonal positions were winding down. I was scheduled to conduct exit interviews with 12 departing volunteers, people who'd worked various positions throughout the park during the busy summer months. The volunteer in question was Margaret Chen, a woman in her early 60s who'd been working with our interpretive programs. According to my interview schedule, she'd completed 5 seasons with the park and was moving to a different volunteer opportunity. Margaret arrived for her appointment exactly on time, carrying a folder of what appeared to be park documents and a key ring with several maintenance building keys. She was friendly, professional, and clearly familiar with park operations and procedures. "I've really enjoyed my time here," she said when I asked about her overall experience. "5 seasons have gone by so quickly. The interpretive programs have evolved so much since I started in 2019. I began with standard questions about her work assignments and training experiences. Margaret's responses were detailed and specific. She knew the names of supervisors from different seasons, could describe changes in program formats over multiple years, and demonstrated thorough familiarity with park policies and procedures. "What's been your primary assignment this season?" I asked. "Same as always," she replied. "Morning nature walks at Apgar, afternoon programs at the visitor center, some evening talks when we're short-staffed. I've been covering the Tuesday and Thursday slots since Beth transferred to Yellowstone." I made notes about her assignments, though something felt slightly off about her responses. The level of detail suggested long-term involvement with park operations, but I couldn't recall working with Margaret during previous seasons. "Can you tell me about your most memorable experience working here?" I asked. Margaret smiled and described a morning nature walk from the previous summer when a grizzly bear and cubs had passed close to the trail. She explained how she'd followed emergency protocols, kept the group calm, and documented the sighting according to wildlife encounter procedures. Her account was technically accurate and demonstrated proper knowledge of safety protocols. But as she talked, I realized I had no memory of the incident she was describing, despite the fact that wildlife encounters are always reported to supervisory staff. "Let me just verify a few details in your personnel file," I said, pulling up our volunteer database on my computer. I searched for Margaret Chen in our system. No records found. I tried alternative spellings, checked for similar names, searched by volunteer positions and assignment dates. Nothing matched the information Margaret had provided. "I'm sorry," I said, "but I'm not finding your file in our current database. Do you remember who you worked with when you first applied to volunteer here?" Margaret looked puzzled. "I've always worked with Janet in volunteer services. She's the one who's handled my paperwork every season. Very organized, always helpful with scheduling issues. We'd never had a volunteer coordinator named Janet. Our volunteer services had been managed by the same person, David Morrison, for the past 8 years. I tried a different approach. Do you have any documentation from your volunteer service? Training certificates, assignment letters, anything that might help me locate your records?" Margaret opened her folder and showed me several documents that appeared to be official park paperwork, volunteer assignment letters with current formatting and correct supervisor signatures, training completion certificates for programs I recognized, incident reports documenting wildlife sightings and visitor interactions. But when I looked more closely at the documents, the details didn't match our current systems. The formatting was slightly different from our standard templates. The supervisor signatures were from people who'd left the park years earlier. The incident report numbers didn't match our database sequences. "These look like our documents," I said, "but some of the information doesn't match our current records. When did you say you started volunteering here?" 2019, Margaret replied. "Right after I retired from teaching. I'd always wanted to work in the parks, and this seemed like a perfect opportunity." I checked our volunteer recruitment records for 2019. We'd hired 12 volunteers that season, all properly documented with background checks, emergency contacts, and assignment records. None of them was named Margaret Chen. "I need to make a quick phone call to verify some information," I said. "Would you mind waiting here for a few minutes?" I called David Morrison to ask about Margaret's volunteer status. He had no record of anyone by that name in our volunteer program. According to his files, we'd never had a volunteer named Margaret Chen in any capacity. But when I described her to David, he said the name sounded familiar. Margaret Chen, he repeated. I feel like I should know that name, but I can't place it. Are you sure she's one of our volunteers? I returned to the interview with more questions about Margaret's specific work experiences. Who had she worked with? What training had she received? Could she provide references from other park staff who'd supervised her work? Margaret's answers were consistent and detailed. She named specific coworkers, described training sessions I knew we'd conducted, and demonstrated knowledge of internal procedures that would only be available to someone with legitimate access to park operations. Let me ask you about your keys, I said. What buildings do you have access to? Margaret showed me her key ring. 5 keys, labeled with building codes that matched our maintenance facilities. The keys appeared authentic, with the proper stamping and numbering that matched our security protocols. How did you receive these keys? I asked. Standard procedure, she said. Facilities management issued them when I started working interpretive programs. I needed access to storage areas for program materials and supplies. I called facilities management to verify Margaret's key assignment. They had no record of issuing keys to anyone named Margaret Chen. According to their logs, no volunteer had been given access to the buildings whose keys she was carrying. But the keys themselves appeared legitimate. They had the correct numbering, proper wear patterns, and security features that matched our current key system. By this point, I was facing a situation that made no administrative sense. Margaret Chen appeared to be a legitimate volunteer with extensive knowledge of park operations, proper documentation, and authorized access credentials. But our official records showed no evidence she'd ever worked for the park. Margaret, I said, I'm having trouble locating your personnel records. Is it possible you worked under a different name? Or that there might be some confusion about which park you've been volunteering with? She looked genuinely puzzled. I've been Margaret Chen for 63 years, she said, and I've definitely been working here at Glacier. I know this place better than anywhere else. I could give you a tour of areas most staff have never seen. To test her knowledge, I asked specific questions about park infrastructure and procedures that would only be known to experienced staff. Margaret answered every question correctly. She knew about maintenance schedules, understood emergency protocols, and could describe the locations of facilities that weren't marked on public maps. Her knowledge was not just accurate but current. She knew about recent policy changes, could describe new equipment installations, and was familiar with staff assignments from the current season. I need to collect your keys as part of the exit process, I said finally. We'll sort out the documentation issues later. Margaret handed over her key ring without objection. Will you need anything else? She asked. I know David likes to have everything properly documented. I assured her that we had everything we needed and thanked her for her service, though I still had no explanation for who she was or how she'd been working at the park without any official record. After Margaret left, I decided to test the keys she'd returned. I wanted to verify that they actually worked in the locks they were supposedly assigned to. I walked to the first building on her key ring, a maintenance facility near the visitor center. I tried the key in the lock. It didn't work. I tried it several times, checking to make sure I was using the correct key for the correct building. Nothing. I tested all 5 keys at their respective buildings. None of them worked. Not one of the keys Margaret had been carrying would open any of the locks they were supposedly assigned to. But that made no sense either. If the keys didn't work, how had Margaret been accessing these buildings during her supposed 5 seasons of volunteer service? I called facilities management again to report the non-functioning keys. They confirmed that the keys had the correct numbering and security features, but somehow were not cut correctly to operate the locks they were assigned to. Has anyone reported problems with building access recently? I asked. No, came the reply. All authorized personnel have been able to access their assigned areas without problems. Over the next week, I conducted informal interviews with other park staff to see if anyone remembered working with Margaret Chen. The responses were puzzling. Several people said the name sounded familiar, but no one could provide specific memories of working with her. "I feel like I should know her," said one interpretive ranger. Margaret Chen. That name definitely rings a bell, but I can't picture her face or remember any specific interactions. The maintenance supervisor had a similar response. Margaret Chen. I know that name from somewhere, but I can't place where or when I might have met her. It was as if Margaret had existed at the edges of everyone's memory, familiar enough to be recognized, but not substantial enough to be clearly remembered. I checked visitor feedback forms and program evaluations to see if Margaret's work had been documented through visitor comment. I found several references to helpful park volunteer and knowledgeable guide, but no specific mentions of anyone named Margaret Chen. 3 months later, I received a call from David Morrison. He'd been going through old files and found something that bothered him. "Patricia," he said, "I found a training roster from 2019 with Margaret Chen's name on it. She's listed as completing our volunteer orientation program, but there's no other documentation, no application, no background check, no assignment records. Just her name on this one training roster." I asked him to send me a copy of the roster. Margaret's name was clearly written in handwriting that matched the other entries, with a signature that appeared authentic. But unlike the other volunteers listed, there was no identifying information, no address, no emergency contact, no volunteer position assignment, just the name Margaret Chen, and a signature that somehow existed in our records without any supporting documentation. I never figured out who Margaret Chen was or how she'd managed to work at Glacier National Park for what appeared to be 5 seasons without leaving any official trace of her employment. Her exit interview was the only documented evidence that she'd ever been there. But I started paying closer attention to the people who work seasonal positions at the park. Staff members whose names sound familiar, but whose faces I can't quite place. Volunteers who know internal procedures but don't appear in personnel databases. Because if Margaret Chen could work 5 seasons without official documentation, if she could carry keys that didn't work but somehow access buildings she shouldn't have been able to enter, then maybe there are other people working alongside us, who exist in the spaces between official records and actual presence. People who contribute to park operations, who interact with visitors and staff, who perform valuable work while existing outside the administrative systems designed to track and document their employment. Margaret Chen taught me that not everyone who works for the parks appears in our personnel files. Some people provide service and expertise while remaining invisible to the bureaucratic structures that are supposed to account for their presence. And sometimes, those people conduct exit interviews, return keys that never worked, and disappear back into whatever spaces they occupied before anyone thought to ask who they really were or how they'd managed to be there in the first place. My name is Jake Hansen. I've been a meteorologist with the National Weather Service for 16 years, working primarily on mountain weather monitoring systems throughout the Colorado Rockies. Most of my job involves analyzing data from remote weather stations, maintaining equipment networks, and providing forecasting support for wilderness areas where accurate weather information can mean the difference between life and death for backcountry users. The work combines field maintenance with data analysis, requiring both technical expertise and physical capability to service monitoring equipment in challenging mountain environments. Our weather station network covers hundreds of square miles of wilderness, with automated systems that transmit real-time data about temperature, precipitation, wind speed, and atmospheric pressure. Each station has a unique identifier and operates according to strict calibration standards. The data gets integrated into regional weather models that help us predict dangerous conditions like flash floods, lightning activity, and sudden temperature changes that can catch hikers and climbers unprepared. But there was one weather station that produced data I couldn't explain using any meteorological principles I'd been trained to apply. One monitoring site that continued operating under circumstances that should have made data transmission impossible. The station in question was designated as Site WX47, located at approximately 11,000 feet elevation in the Sangre de Cristo Range, about 60 miles southwest of Pueblo. It had been part of our high-altitude monitoring network since 2015, providing valuable data about alpine weather patterns and seasonal temperature variations. WX47 had been destroyed in August of 2020, during a period of heavy rainfall that triggered multiple landslides throughout the region. The station had been buried under several tons of rock and debris, with no possibility of recovery or repair given the remote location and unstable terrain. I'd filed the equipment loss report myself, documenting the destruction and removing WX47 from our active monitoring network. The station's data stream had stopped abruptly on August 15, 2020, consistent with catastrophic equipment failure during the landslide event. But in November of 2023, more than 3 years after WX47's destruction, I noticed something impossible in our regional data analysis. The station was transmitting again, not just random signals or equipment noise, but full weather reports transmitted on schedule according to its original programming. Temperature readings, humidity measurements, barometric pressure, wind speed and direction, complete meteorological data packages that appeared normal except for the fact they were coming from equipment that had been buried under a landslide. I assumed it was a database error or equipment malfunction affecting our data collection systems. Sometimes old station identifiers can be accidentally reactivated, creating false data entries that appear to come from decommissioned monitoring sites. But when I checked the technical specifications, everything indicated the data was genuinely originating from the GPS coordinates where WX47 had been located. The signal strength, transmission frequency, and data formatting all matched the buried station's original configuration. More troubling was the actual weather data being reported. WX47 was recording temperature readings that didn't match any other stations in the region, while surrounding monitoring sites showed normal seasonal patterns. WX47 was reporting localized temperature anomalies that defied basic meteorological principles. On days when regional temperatures reached the 80s during late summer heat waves, WX47 recorded temperatures in the 40s. During winter storms, when surrounding stations showed readings below zero, WX47 reported temperatures above 70 degrees. The data suggested microclimate conditions that were meteorologically impossible. Temperature variations that extreme don't occur within the small geographic areas our monitoring network covers, especially at high elevations where atmospheric conditions tend to be more uniform. I contacted our equipment manufacturer to investigate possible technical explanations for the impossible data. Maybe another weather station was somehow transmitting on WX47's frequency, creating false readings that appeared to originate from the buried site. But the technical analysis confirmed that the signals were genuinely originating from WX47's location. The transmission protocol, encryption, and signal characteristics all matched the destroyed station's specifications exactly. The manufacturer suggested that portions of the equipment might have survived the landslide and resumed operation after some kind of self-repair or reset process. Modern weather stations are designed to be extremely durable, capable of operating in harsh conditions for years without maintenance. But that explanation didn't account for the impossible weather data being reported. Even if the equipment had survived burial, it shouldn't be recording temperature readings that contradicted every other monitoring site in the region. By December of 2023, WX47 had been transmitting anomalous data for over a month. The readings were consistent, arriving on schedule, properly formatted, according to our data protocols, but they described weather conditions that couldn't exist in the location where the station was supposedly operating. I decided to hike to the landslide site to investigate the situation directly. If portions of WX47 had somehow survived and resumed operation, I needed to understand how that was possible and whether the equipment required maintenance or recovery. The hike to WX-47's location required a full day of backcountry travel, following trails that were barely maintained and navigating terrain that had been significantly altered by the landslide. The area was remote enough that I informed colleagues about my planned route and expected return time. When I reached the GPS coordinates where WX-47 had been installed, I found exactly what I'd expected: a massive debris field where the landslide had deposited thousands of tons of rock, soil, and uprooted trees. The original weather station site was buried under at least 10 feet of material, with no visible evidence of the monitoring equipment that had once operated there. But my radio receiver was definitely detecting transmissions from this location. The signal was strongest when I stood directly above the buried station site, confirming that WX-47 was somehow operating beneath the landslide debris. I spent several hours exploring the area, looking for any equipment that might have been scattered by the landslide or relocated by subsequent erosion. Nothing. The entire monitoring installation appeared to be completely buried and inaccessible. Yet, the data transmissions continued. Every hour, on schedule, WX-47 sent weather reports that described conditions completely different from what I was experiencing at the site. According to the station's latest transmission, the temperature was 42 degrees, with light snow and calm winds. I was standing in direct sunlight, with temperatures in the mid-70s and a steady breeze from the southwest. I decided to attempt some excavation, using basic tools to probe into the debris field and see if I could locate any portion of the buried equipment. The work was difficult and potentially dangerous given the unstable nature of landslide material, but I needed to understand what was generating the impossible data. About 4 feet down into the debris, I found the first piece of equipment: a damaged solar panel, cracked but still partially functional, somehow receiving enough light to maintain battery charge, despite being buried under several feet of rock and soil. Encouraged by this discovery, I continued excavating more carefully. At 6 feet depth, I found the main weather station housing, crushed but still sealed, with status lights indicating active operation. The equipment was definitely functional. I could hear the quiet hum of electronic systems, see LED indicators showing normal operation, even observe the small anemometer assembly rotating in response to air currents that shouldn't have existed 6 feet underground. But there was no logical explanation for how the station could be operating under these conditions. Solar panels don't generate power when buried under tons of debris. Electronic equipment doesn't function normally when crushed and deprived of proper ventilation. Most importantly, weather monitoring instruments can't record atmospheric conditions when they're isolated from the atmosphere by layers of rock and soil. Yet WX-47 was not only operating, but transmitting data that suggested it was experiencing weather conditions completely different from those occurring at ground level, as if it was monitoring the atmosphere of some other location, some other time, some other reality than the one where it was physically located. I documented everything with photographs and GPS coordinates, then carefully reburied the equipment to avoid further disturbing what appeared to be a delicate situation. Whatever was allowing WX-47 to operate under impossible conditions, I didn't want to interfere with processes I couldn't understand. The hike back to my vehicle gave me time to think about what I'd observed. Functional weather monitoring equipment operating 6 feet underground, somehow receiving power from buried solar panels and measuring atmospheric conditions that didn't exist at its physical location. When I returned to the office, I filed a report documenting the field investigation, but avoided speculating about the technical impossibilities I'd observed. I focused on factual observations: equipment found buried but operational, data transmissions confirmed to originate from the documented location, weather readings that didn't match regional patterns. My supervisor reviewed the report and asked whether I thought the equipment should be excavated and returned to service at a different location. The station was obviously functional and providing data, even if that data didn't match expected readings. I recommended leaving WX-47 undisturbed. Whatever processes were allowing it to operate under impossible conditions might be disrupted by attempts to relocate the equipment. The data, while anomalous, was being properly formatted and transmitted according to established protocols. Is the data useful for anything? My supervisor asked. I'd been wondering about that question since discovering the buried station. WX-47 was reporting weather conditions that didn't exist at its location, but the readings were internally consistent and technically accurate according to meteorological standards. Maybe the station was somehow monitoring weather conditions from a different time period, accessing atmospheric data from before the landslide when the equipment had been operating normally. Maybe it was receiving signals from parallel weather patterns that existed in the same location but operated according to different physical rules. Or maybe WX-47 was documenting weather conditions that would exist at its location in the future, providing forecasting data that extended beyond our normal prediction capabilities. 6 months later, WX-47 continues transmitting daily weather reports from 6 feet underground. The data still doesn't match regional weather patterns, still describes atmospheric conditions that appear impossible given the station's buried location. But I've started including WX-47's readings in my long-term analysis, treating them as supplementary data that might provide insights into weather patterns that aren't captured by conventional monitoring methods. Because if a weather station can operate normally while buried under a landslide, if solar panels can generate power without access to sunlight, if atmospheric sensors can measure conditions they're physically isolated from, then maybe our understanding of weather monitoring is more limited than we thought. Maybe there are atmospheric conditions that exist independently of the physical locations where we try to measure them. Weather patterns that operate according to rules that extend beyond conventional meteorology. WX-47 taught me that some monitoring equipment continues operating even when operation should be impossible, providing data about conditions that exist in spaces we can't access through normal observation methods. And sometimes, the most accurate weather information comes from stations that are measuring atmospheric conditions we didn't know existed, transmitting data about weather patterns that follow different rules than the ones we were trained to understand. The buried weather station is still down there, still sending reports, still documenting impossible atmospheric conditions from 6 feet underground, still proving that some monitoring equipment operates independently of the physical limitations we thought governed electronic systems, still measuring weather that exists somewhere beyond our current understanding of where weather happens and how it can be observed.